let us come, rather than enjoying in the brothel all over the country in South Africa, to go and claim their country and protest. No one is going to claim for their country.
The Vatican says Pope Francis' funeral will be held on Saturday at St. Peter's Basilica. The Dean of the College of Cardinals, Giovanni Battista Re, will lead the service. At the end of the funeral, the Pope's body will be moved to St. Mary Major for the burial. Pope Francis died yesterday at the age of 88 following weeks of poor health. As the world marks Earth Day today, conversations are turning toward practical ways to address both environmental and social challenges. In South Africa, food waste and food insecurity continue to exist side by side, highlighting a complex problem that has environmental, economic and human costs. Zinal is the Chief Operating Officer of SA Harvest.
We need to understand that every action has a reaction. Every thing that we can do to mitigate the climate change and getting involved in our communities and stopping food waste will have a ripple effect in the future, and one must never underestimate how powerful that ripple effect can be.
The United Nations Security Council has heard that the spreading gang violence in Haiti is threatening to turn into total chaos. UN Special Representative to Haiti, Maria Isabel Salvador, has told the Council that more international aid is needed.
Cholera outbreaks and gender-based violence, especially in displacement sites, are widespread. Insecurity has closed 39 health facilities and over 900 schools in Port-au-Prince. I urge Member States to support the 2025 Humanitarian Response Plan. The UN remains committed to helping deliver life-saving assistance, especially to women, girls and children, and to promoting social peace through government-led efforts.
For any news stories you would like to share with us, please do send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Jolani Tulongwebe.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
And in our sports headlines,
ritmos e cultura com o embaixador da música africana e lusófona Jacobi Wakantivani.
Mombali nanga kasongo mbona wewe songa libala mbona wewe mombali nanga
tem sentido tanto a sua falta e dos ritmos de cultura onde você esteve, meu querido embaixador.
É 2025 e o embaixador da música africana e lusófona Jacobi Wakantivani traz todas as entrevistas com os músicos africanos e lusófonos para a melhor dança, entrevistas e entretenimento. Não perca! Todos os domingos, das 20 às 21 horas de Johannesburg, aqui no Canal África, a perspectiva africana.
Africa. It's time to plug into the heartbeat of the continent. Tune in to Channel Africa, your go-to radio station. Broadcast in 5 different languages.
L'Afrique du Sud célèbre la journée nationale du
Kabla hujaitwa kwa jina la Double K,
or more of our forests have been destroyed.
Partido Africano da Independência da Guiné.
Channel Africa represents every corner of this amazing land. From Lagos to Cape Town, Nairobi to Dakar, we've got you covered with the freshest news, music, and cultures. So, turn up the volume, feel the rhythm. Enjoy the conversation. Channel Africa, the African Perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Kapu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
It is 12:07 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1. On Facebook at Channel Africa, you can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 as 406-9126 hashtag Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. And if you have any stories that you'd like us to highlight or to focus on, send us an email. It is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or give us a call on +2711 714 4459.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa.
Looking at news from across the globe, one of the big stories that we focused on over the weekend is the Pope, that Pope Francis having passed away. Now, his body will be taken to St. Peter's Basilica tomorrow morning. His body is currently laid out in a coffin in the chapel of the Santa Marta residence, where he lived during his 12-year papacy. And in other stories, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says that he plans to attend Pope Francis' funeral. U.S. President Donald Trump says he also plans to attend the funeral. And as you may know, the President of South Africa will be hosting Ukraine's President, that's Volodymyr Zelensky. I think he will be in the country from Thursday. And these are just some of the stories that are coming out from the rest of the continent, including South Africa. It is 12:09 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time. Got something to say? Are you passionate about issues that matter? Do you have a voice that deserves to be heard? Well, we've got the perfect platform for you. Call in or drop us a WhatsApp on +27 63 406 9126, and we will call you back so you could have your say and be part of the conversation.
30 years of age. I just turned 30 on the 15th of November. So that's who I am,
It's not just talk. It's your chance to air your views, share your opinion, engage with the community that values your perspective. Follow us on our social media. Visit our website at www.channelafrica.co.za and get ready to share your views on Channel Africa, the African perspective. Africa, meet Abedi.
Yeah, that's me.
Abedi is a music lover through and through.
I really love African music.
He's got a taste for all kinds of tunes and spends his days listening to Channel Africa. Guess what? He didn't know.
Okay.
Channel Africa wants to help Abedi and all music lovers everywhere to discover even more incredible music. That is why Channel Africa is calling on all African musicians to submit their music. Musicians, remember to give us all your relevant information. Make your submissions at music@channelafrica.co.za. Submissions are your chance to be heard on radio. But sadly, they do not guarantee that you'll be playlisted. All submissions will be carefully reviewed to see if they meet our station's requirement. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
It is 11 after 12 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Our Save the Children in Sudan says families have arrived on foot after they fled from Sudan's Zamzam and Al-Shuk camps, adding that those that have arrived are injured, traumatized, and with no water or electricity. Many of those who arrived on foot, including thousands of children, are malnourished. And to discuss this further, we are joined on the line by Francesco Lanino, Deputy Country Director for Save the Children Sudan. Francesco, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Now, are you able to tell us more in terms of what you have been witnessing and what the witness accounts are?
Yes, so one of the latest acts of this terrible war ongoing in Sudan was the attack towards the Zamzam camp. Zamzam camp is one of the biggest displaced camp here in Sudan, with around 500,000 people that were living there. This was a brutal attack with hundreds of people that got killed, hundreds of children killed, and including 12 humanitarian workers. After this attack, people got traumatized and scared and started leaving the camp to try to reach any safe place all around this area. Many of these people, now we're actually having around 450,000 people on the move, trying to find a safe place. So we had stories of children, women, and persons walking for 70 kilometers, 150 kilometers, or even more, without food, without water, without anything with them, just to try to go and find a safe place. One of these main places where they arrived is called Tawila, that is 70 kilometers from Zamzam. Here, we already received around 100,000, 150,000 people. It's really hard to really give you really exact numbers because there are still people coming every day, every hour. What we can see is like these children really with no food, no water. There's a lot of women that have been affected by the violence of these armed groups and soldiers, just seeking for some help, some humanitarian help, and some comfort.
Now, Francesco, as Save the Children, yes. You're providing emergency support. What does this emergency support entail?
So, first of all, we're going to try to register this person, understanding their needs, and we'll immediately provide them with basic food supplies and water. Then we'll try to identify if they need some shelters of like hygiene kits to immediately address the needs they have. Then we try to understand from their stories what have been through. So we're going to provide psychosocial support, medical assistance to all this person in need.
You've made a call as Save the Children with regards to an immediate ceasefire and progress for lasting peace agreement. Do you think that this will be heeded? And if it is not heeded, what sort of plans do you have in place for, obviously, the increasing numbers, as you say, with people coming in and out? It is a fluid situation.
It's absolutely, that's our appeal, and that's what is urgent, just for a ceasefire in Sudan, and also to allow humanitarians agencies to work and support the affected population. Please let us reach the most vulnerable person. Let us reach the most vulnerable children. They are really now suffering and continue suffering after 2 years of war. At the moment, there are still many places in Sudan that cannot be reached. So there are people that need humanitarian assistance. There are people starving. There are children with no one. So we really need to find ways and to have the support of the international community to push for immediate ceasefires to allow us, Save the Children, and all the other NGOs working in Sudan to provide immediate help to support the civilians, and especially the children. They're the first victims of this war.
Yeah.
Then, of course, we try that negotiations should be in place for a peaceful resolution of the current conflict, because this is what they need more in these moments in Sudan: peace, food, and water, and a future.
Francesco, thank you so much for joining us on Africa Update. We'll leave it there for today.
Thank you.
That's Francesco Lanino, Deputy Country Director for Save the Children Sudan, joining us on the line.
Africa Update on Channel Africa.
Zimbabweans are participating in a second national stay-away, demanding the resignation of President Emmerson Mnangagwa. The African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association announced that the shutdown will include protesters blocking Beitbridge, intensifying calls for Mnangagwa to step down. The association is also urging Zimbabweans in South Africa to return and join the movement. And joining us to discuss this is the African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association chairperson, Phumuzo Mukhatwi. Phumuzo, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Thanks you, Lulu, and the listeners in the SADC region, South Africa and Zimbabwe.
Now, Phumuzo, the second national stay-away, it obviously marks a significant escalation when it comes to Zimbabwe's protest movement. Elaborate on the specific objectives of this action, particularly how they differ from or build upon the goals of the first shutdown.
Yes, you will know that since Zimbabwean country is led by the dictators, and you will know that the police, the soldiers, army are used as a tool to brutally abuse the protesters, even the opposition parties. So we choose to say stay away protest is the best way for now, since you know that we have been engaging, protesting in the embassy. Because we know in the government of Zimbabwe there is no democracy. So what we are saying people must stay away in the side of the Zimbabwe to show that we are tired of what is happening in the country because there is no medicine. When our truckers cross and get injured, accident in the Zimbabwe, there is no drip, there is no oxygen ventilation, nothing. That's why most of the celebrities, including the musicians, are dying. Truckers, even in some recent incident, one of the led get injured. Instead of putting plaster, they just put the card box. So what we are calling is to say everybody must just boycott at home, stay away. And also we are very worried by some of the bunch of the coolest youth from the ANC who go to Zimbabwe and celebrate and saying that our protest was a failure. It was not a failure. Instead of sending a bill to President Mnangagwa, because the huge is costing to SADC, it is very big, it's huge, because we remember that resources, hospital, everybody, including condoms, everything here, they are taking out of the country. So we, instead of doing that, people on the ground, they are fighting, like people who are saying trackers jobs, they are saying Zimbabweans are just being taken for advantage for cheap labors in the country. And the South Africans are not working. That's why we are saying shutting also the Beitbridge border. It is
and shutting the Beitbridge border, this is now between Zimbabwe and South Africa. How's that going to work with a lot of security and a lot of policing that's there?
That one we are doing everything to make sure that it is going to be workable. Because we know that most of the comrades who are supposed to condemn Mnangagwa, we suspect that they are benefiting from illicit of even transporting of goods, including chrome and many things. So we think we know that once we can shut down that bridge for a week or for 2 weeks, they are going to respond, and that's why we're also calling to say President Ramaphosa must engage and condemn what is Mnangagwa is doing to our country, which is indirect the sanction, because as we speak, most of the investors are running away. Instead of using the Durban Harbour and others, now people are using what you call the Tanzania instead of South Africa. That's why we are calling to say everybody from Zimbabwe must protest and engage in the protest. Here we are calling even the sex workers. Last time we called them to say everybody must come to the embassy because no one is going to claim freedom while you seated and just watching. Freedom doesn't come for free. We have to fight these dictators. And another thing that we want to the South Africa is that we know that in all this, the SADC country, what they have done, they disarm the security company, because they know that if we still have the security company, like what it is proposed here in the South Africa, they know that if we can disarm the security company to protect the poor, the citizen, they know very well that that's why they can use army and the soldiers and the police to brutal abuse the citizen.
Now, Pumuzo, because of time, I need to find out from you. At the same time that you're calling for the second national stay away, a blessed war veteran, Blessed Geza, is also doing the same thing. Is it a partnership that you're working on? Are you all working towards the same goal in terms of the removal of President Emmerson Mnangagwa? And also, what else are you hoping this will bring forward for stability in Zimbabwe after the resignation, if the President Mnangagwa heeds the call?
Yes, indeed, we are working with Blessed Together. We support what Blessed Together is proposing, because that is the only way it's going to free the Zimbabweans. And also everybody, political parties and everyone from Zimbabwe, because we know that denied and charging high passport of the citizen of the Zimbabwe, that also contribute to the high crime and also corruption in the border posts. That's why in the country we introduced different anti-corruption unit. You will know that we're having CPRTA, guided by Act number 4 of 1998, and now they introduce DMEA Act number 2 of 2020. But these institutions are doing the same work, which is facilitating of the goods and the passengers. Now we are introducing what you call anti-immigration, anti-corruption. But all this, if maybe African leaders are not accountable for their citizens, South African will continue to waste taxpayers' money, and the VAT will be hiked while we are protecting the president of the Zimbabwe. Let me tell you something. It's like when somebody give you 2 slices of the bread to say, put balloon, put margarine, everything. Instead of putting that, you put salt. That is what Mnangagwa is doing to the South Africa. That's why we're having instability. So far, he introduced to say he is suspending what we call the tariff, import tariff from the America, instead of considering the South Africa, because their citizens, they are here. Millions of the Zimbabweans are here without passport. So he was supposed to feel for us, as we to say, all the vehicles which are South African registration, when they cross to Zimbabwe, they must enter for free, because when they come to South Africa, they come for free, and they claim even rough here in South Africa in case if they get into accident.
Well, Pumuzo, because of time, we are going to leave it there for today. Thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Thank you very much, Lulu.
That's Pumuzo Mukwati, chairperson of the African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association. And we now go to Bulawayo in Zimbabwe to find out exactly what is happening on the ground and whether the citizens have heeded the call to stay away. We're joined by Cleo Mazwangendaba. Cleo, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on your platform.
Cleo, what's happening on the ground? Have the Zimbabwean citizens or nationals is the stay away happening? Have people heeded the call?
I was in CPD earlier on, and I will tell you that it is business as usual. And I was a bit disappointed, but I had the privilege to talk to the people who are vendors, taxi drivers, the conductors, and I surely understand what is going on with them, because they say that they don't have any social security, that even if they stay away, how are they going to take care of their families? Remember, our government doesn't take care of its own. They don't give a stipend or remuneration to the old aged, the pensioners, the vulnerable, as well as the unemployed.
Now, you've heard the tail end of what the chairperson of Africa Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association, that's Pumuzo Mukwati, had to say. And the fact that they were hoping that this stay away would happen and push for President Emmerson Mnangagwa's resignation, also with the support of former war veteran Blessed Geza. Now, with this unfolding, what are people in Zimbabwe hoping is going to happen in terms of, he touched on the fact that a lot of people in Zimbabwe, a lot of Zimbabwe nationals are in the SADC region or all over the world. And what are you hoping that neighboring countries would be able to do in assisting Zimbabwe with all the assistance that the country is getting?
One thing that I will tell you is that this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. Remember, our own independence, we got it after 20 years of toiling, with the NDP being formed in 1960, but to get our independence in 1980. What Blessed Geza has done here is only the beginning. We have managed to shake the government, and this is going to take a long time, and we are going to be resolute and relentless in staying away, regardless of these turnouts that we got today. And we also expect that the neighboring countries should denounce Mnangagwa's regime that is brutal to its citizens and journalists. We expect ANC to denounce Mnangagwa because he is abusing his citizens. We expect countries like Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique, and Zambia doing the same. They must not aid Mnangagwa. We don't want things like the Kgalema Motlanthe during those elections where he said Zimbabwe is fine, Thabo Mbeki did the same. We don't want such situation. We want people who tell it as it is, that Zimbabwe is in dire straits. Remember that it is South Africa that will bear the brunt of this, because you will experience the influx of undocumented immigrants. So it is on South Africa, especially South Africa, because it is the one that is hosting millions of Zimbabweans. So if South Africa denounces that, then it means that Zimbabweans have support from these neighboring countries.
With what are you calling for with regards to Mnangagwa's resignation? What after, say he resigns, hypothetically he resigns, and what are you hoping is going to happen after that fact?
We hope that we are going to hold free and fair elections that will be independent of ZEC. We don't want ZEC to interfere with our elections because they manipulate the numbers. We know that since 1980, it has been tampering with the elections. We hope that after Mnangagwa goes, we will have independent candidates or opposition, whoever wants to contest, and people will choose their desired president. We don't want controlled elections. We want free and fair elections where everyone has got a right to vote, a right to campaign, and let the chosen person lead the country, because as it is, we're in ICU. You know that we have a collapsed healthcare system. Our transport system is also in shambles. Our education system has gone to the dogs. We are still holding on to Ian Douglas Smith legacy. There is no development whatsoever. We hope that the new president that is going to take reign is going to facilitate reconciliation and re-strategizing so that we heal as a nation. Yeah. For example, we are damaged people.
Well, Cleo, unfortunately, we are going to have to leave it there for today. Thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
All right. Thank you so much.
A concerned citizen in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. That's Cleo Mazwangendaba joining us on the line. It is 12:30 and our news headlines up next with Ralani Tulo.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Good afternoon. Making headlines, former President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Joseph Kabila, is back in the eastern part of the DRC. Kabila was warmly received by the new administration of Goma under the M23 group and its allies, which led the government of the DRC suspending his political party, the People's Party for Reconstruction and Democracy. The Roman Catholic Cathedral of Christ, the King, will hold a memorial service for the late Pope Francis in Johannesburg, South Africa tomorrow. The The Pope died yesterday at the age of 88 following weeks of poor health. And finally, the United Nations Security Council has heard that the spreading gang violence in Haiti is threatening to turn into total chaos. I will have details on these and other stories at 1 o'clock.
SABC News. Headlines. The African Perspective.
Well, thank you to Ralani for that news update. And we say good afternoon to Nosipo Zuma with our business news.
Business News. Africa Update on Channel Africa.
I beg your pardon. It is time for our sports update with Fikile Ngwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Good afternoon, Lulu. We begin with football news this hour. Stellenbosch FC coach Steve Barker says they've seen enough of Simba SC to believe they can overturn their CAF Confederations Cup semi-final this weekend. The Cape Winelands outfit will host the Tanzanians at Moses Mabhida Stadium in Durban in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province, hoping to either force the match to penalties or win by a margin of 2 goals to reach the final. Stellies went down 1-0 in the first leg to a goal Barker felt should have been ruled offside by VAR, while arguing that the margin in Zanzibar was proof Simba are not invincible.
There's no surety that we will get to the final, but based on what I've seen, Simba are beatable. I don't need 2 goals. I can win the game 1-0, and it can go to penalties. So it doesn't have to be 2. But I'm confident that if we play to our full potential, that we have the ability, we have the quality, and we can score 2 goals.
Equally so, Simba coach Fadlu Davids felt they let Stellies off the hook by only scoring 1 goal and expect them to be more clinical in Durban.
Simba Sports Club is a big club, and we cannot be happy with a scoreline like this, especially when you really have moments to make it 2, to make it 3, even to make it 4-0. And this way the players have got to really realize the stage we are in. We're in the semi-final stage. And in the semi-final stage, it's you don't get big opportunities like we had this season in this match. So really, clearly, we've got to improve. This performance is definitely not good enough.
And then on to marathon, Sharon Lokedi broke the Boston Marathon course record, and fellow Kenyan John Korir joined his brother as a race champion as the city celebrated the 250th anniversary of the start of the Revolutionary War. Lokedi outran 2-time defending champion Helen Obiri over the final mile, a year after losing a sprint down Bolston Street to her in one of the closest finishes in race history. Lokedi finished in 2 hours, 17 minutes and 22 seconds, 19 seconds ahead of Obiri, who had hoped to become the first female triple winner of the marathon since 1999, and more than 2.5 minutes faster than the previous Boston best. And Proteas women captain Laura Wolfhard says preparations for the ODI Tri-Series against Sri Lanka and India have gone as well as can go as the team prepares to depart for Colombo today, where they will face off with the 2 nations from next week, Tuesday.
Prep has been very good. Obviously, the last time we played together as a team was in December, so I had a bit of time off, which was great to sort of reflect and recover from quite a hectic year. But since then, girls have had 2 camps. This last camp was very sort of match scenario based and sort of did the best that we can to get match scenario prep. I think the tour in itself is great preparation, though. Obviously, having the ODI World Cup later this year, we just need to play as much as we can. So I'm really glad that we have this tour.
For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Fikile Ngwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Got something to say? Are you passionate about issues that matter? Do you have a voice that deserves to be heard? Well, we've got the perfect platform for you. Call in or drop us a WhatsApp. 2763-406-9126. And we will call you back so you could have your say and be part of the conversation.
Yes, I just turned 30 on the 15th of November. So that's who I am, you know.
It's not just talk. It's your chance to air your views. Share your opinion. Engage with the community that values your perspective. Follow us on our social media. Visit our website at www.channelafrica.co.za and get ready to share your views on Channel Africa, the African perspective. Africa Update on Channel Africa.
Say good afternoon to Nosipho Zuma with our business news.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Good afternoon. In your business news, Tosawa, two major South African employer organizations, Sakeliga and the National Employers Association of South Africa, have launched a joint legal challenge against the Employment Equity Amendment Act and newly published regulations. They argue that the legislation enforces unconstitutional racial hiring quotas and poses significant risks to business autonomy, economic productivity, and social cohesion. Pete Leroux is Sakeliga CEO.
The regulations prescribe maximum quotas for white men. Earlier draft regulations contained quotas for coloreds, Indians, blacks, white women, different sexes as well. Now the latest regulations scrapped all of those and it made its target just white men. And it now says that white men should in the next 5 years be limited to as little as 4% of some employment categories. We do not accept this infringement on businesses' ability to appoint who they need to appoint. These are people who have built their own businesses, and it's not acceptable for the government to interfere in this.
The South African Rand affirmed earlier this morning ahead of the release of a key economic indicator by the country's central bank. The central bank will publish its composite leading business cycle indicator today, providing data that includes vehicle sales, business confidence, and money supply in Africa's most industrialized nation. The risk-sensitive Rand has enjoyed bouts of volatility hurt by political disputes between the two biggest parties in the coalition government, the African National Congress and the Democratic Alliance, over a proposed increase to value-added tax on the 1st of May. The DA and other smaller parties have publicly rejected the proposal and filed a court case challenging the legality of the budget process, with the case expected to be heard today. The future of the Democratic Alliance in South Africa's government of national unity hangs in the balance after it voted against Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's 2025 budget. Meanwhile, the African National Congress in Parliament says the delay to table the 2025 budget, adopt the fiscal framework and revenue proposals are the highlights of the first term of the House this year. The adoption of the budget framework secured the country's fiscal stability for the time being. However, the political implications of the budget impasse are far-reaching. Mdumiseni Nduli is the ANC's chief whip in Parliament.
But in essence, the substance of this budget is presenting an opportunity for our country to walk away from austerity budget and rather increase expenditure, which, as we all know, is the cornerstone for economic growth. As the ANC in Parliament, we are very optimistic and will undoubtedly hold government accountable to ensure that practical measures are taken.
The U.S. Department of Education says it will resume collecting federal student repayments from borrowers in default from the 5th of May after a pause of more than 5 years. In a statement, the department said the resumption will impact more than 5 million borrowers who are in default, adding that another 4 million borrowers were late in making payments. Student loan collections were paused in 2020 as a way to provide relief during economic uncertainty stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, the Student Borrower Protection Center, which litigates on behalf of student borrowers, condemned the Trump administration's latest announcement, citing rising costs and the economic fallout of recent government firings. And finally, major U.S. stock indexes dropped and the dollar index slid to a 3-year low on yesterday as U.S. President Donald Trump's continued attacks on the Federal Reserve Chair and the bank's monetary policy rattled investors. Investors flocked to safe haven assets, including gold, which hit another record high. Taking to social media, Trump referred to Powell as a major loser as he pressed the Fed chair to lower interest rates. Showing Bryce Peace reports.
A senior White House official on Friday indicated that they were studying the status of Powell as the markets now digest efforts by President Trump to exert greater control over monetary policy, the purview of the Fed, which in theory operates independently from political interference. The Fed chair has stated that he does not believe the president has the power to remove him under the law, and has suggested taking a measured approach in digesting the efforts of Trump's tariff policy and its impacts on the U.S. economy. Powell suggested last week that the tariff policy could stoke inflation and slow economic growth, while major financial institutions have raised their expectations of a U.S. recession amid an escalatory trade war with China.
Your financial indicators: $1 US in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 Naira 603. In Botswana, it's 13 Bula 63. Kenya, the dollar is trading at 128 shillings 78, and in Zambia, it's 28 kwacha 38. The BRICS countries: $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 Ril 82. Russia is 81 rubles 13. India is 85 rupees 15. China at 7 yuan 29. And in South Africa, $1 is trading at 18 rand 72. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 86 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $3,455 and platinum at $966 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $67.14 a barrel. Now, for any business news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I'm Nompumelelo Ngubeni.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
Well, thank you to Nompumelelo Ngubeni with our business news. It is 12:44 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. The Southern African Catholic Bishops' Conference joins Catholics worldwide in mourning the passing of Pope Francis, who died on Easter Monday at the age of 88 in his Vatican residence. The bishops honor his enduring legacy of humility, justice, and compassion, and have extended heartfelt condolences to the global church. And for further insights, we are joined by Father Hugh O'Connor, Secretary General of the Southern African Catholic Bishops' Conference. Father O'Connor, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
No, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon.
Now, Father, how does the South African Catholic Bishops' Conference remember Pope Francis? And what one truth about Pope Francis do you believe the world should never forget about him?
Firstly, I think our bishops and as a conference remember his kindness and his generosity. For when we were in Rome for our ad limina visit, the meeting with the Pope was cancelled because he was still in hospital. And he came out of hospital at 12 o'clock. He met one or two of our bishops in the hallway of Santa Marta where they were staying, where he was staying, and he said, "When do I see you?" And they said, "No, it's been cancelled. It was this morning." And he then said, "Right, I will see you at 2:30 in the chapel," in the very chapel where he is now lying. So it was a moment of graciousness, of service. He knew people come a long way to see him. He knew we'd come a long way to see him. And he made the time, he made the effort. So I think that is what can I say, an overarching experience that we had. Just the Pope, two assistants of his, and ourselves. Look, he's been recalled many, many things, from, the Pope of the poor, the Pope of mercy, the Pope of the climate, Pope of nature. I think the Laudato Si, he really put the climate crisis on the map with that document, and challenged especially the wealthier nations to do something. Because, the climate crisis disproportionately affects the poorer nations of the world. It affects the developing nations. It affects people who are least able to cope with climate change. And I think that is one of the things that he is going to, if you think just one thing that he is going to be deeply remembered for, and really remembered for a deeply prophetic stance.
Now, Pope Francis has been described as, you've touched on it, a shepherd of humility and courage, yet his papacy was often polarizing. Was the church ever challenged or conflicted by some of his more controversial stances, such as his blessing of same-sex couples or a firm opposition of surrogacy?
Look, I think if you are going to be a leader, and any leader, and a good leader, you are going to cause controversy. If everybody loves you and everybody loves what you say, then there is something wrong in your prophetic leadership. The role of a prophetic leader is both to challenge as well as to comfort, if we look into the Hebrew Testament. And we see both of these very, very profoundly in Pope Francis. Pope Francis never changed any church teaching, but what he sought was for the church to find ways on a pastoral level to deal with people where they found themselves, to make sure that no one felt left out. Now, of course, you're leading a church across the world. Whatever you say is going to upset somebody. But what Francis did is that I always like to see it that he basically put things out there, put things on the table and said, we have to think about this. This is one of the issues in the world. How do we approach it? How do we look at it? How do we develop our understanding and our doctrine around it in today's age? Not listening necessarily because this group or that group says that the church must look like them or carry their strengths or weaknesses, but how do we navigate so that we can be open for all? Very often when we deal with a lot of the issues that we are faced with, we find that we are overwhelmed with first world issues. And meanwhile, there's some of the most basic issues, let's say in Africa. So, for instance, on some of the bioethical things, a lot of the argument is coming out of the Western world where there is first world medicine. And yet, we're hardly giving a minute to think that for millions of people around the world, there's no primary health care. And this should be, and this is a scandal. So the scandalization, the scandal of the wars of Gaza, of Sudan, of the Ukraine, these were things that affected him. These were the important things that he left to challenge us and say, what are you doing about it? Do you ever give the children in Gaza or the children in Sudan or the children and families in the Ukraine and the Russian war, do you ever give them a second thought? So that is, of course, going to challenge. He challenged the United States. He challenged Trump on his treatment of migrants and refugees. He's been bold in speaking out, to being a voice, and not everybody likes that.
Yeah. Now, Father O'Connor, with Pope Francis passing, what is your message to the youth, the young people who believe the church no longer addresses their daily struggles, such as unemployment and gender-based violence and corruption?
I think, well, the church does address those issues. We are very clear that gender-based violence has no part in the family, in the schools, or in the wider community. We are very clear that the economic system that is operational across the world is one that often perpetuates injustice. We are very clear that poverty should be eradicated and that there is a dignity in work and that it is part of the task of governments and states as well as of the private sector to work towards the provision of jobs that provide human dignity. We are very clear about those things. I think one of the real challenges is that it's hard to get that message out because very often it is the conflicts that befall the elite that makes headlines. And the challenge to, let's say even in our own country, to end corruption, the church is very clear that corruption needs to end, that corruption is dragging our country down. We're very clear that the political elites, when they fight their petty games, the people around us, the people in our society are the ones who suffer. We have been, through our Justice and Peace, very involved in getting reparations for the sick miners who were just left once they could no longer work. So there are many issues of social justice where the church's voice is. The difficulty is for us to sell it. I think every age has a challenge because there is that tension within society to pull away from the institutions to be found in the society. And that's part of youth. And young people must explore. There has to be a certain amount of independent and, I want to say, rebellious thinking, new thinking. And so part of the role of the church is not necessarily to make herself relevant to just winds of change that come and go, but to be able to listen with young people to what they really need. And one of the things that everybody needs, I think everybody needs a sense that they are appreciated by somebody.
Yeah. Now, Father O'Connor, do you believe that the next Pope, who will be chosen by a college of cardinals, largely appointed by Pope Francis, will continue in his reformist path or return to traditions?
You know, I have no idea. It's not something that actually bothers me at all. Because I think that as Catholic and as Church, we need more and more to accept the Pope that is given to us by the cardinals under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit is the man for our time.
Yeah. And many leaders, as we wrap up, many world leaders say they will be attending Pope Francis' funeral. Tell us more about what his funeral will entail.
Well, after his lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica, the funeral will take place in St. Peter's Square. I was fortunate enough to be in Rome for John Paul II's funeral. You couldn't get near the square. It was absolutely full. It will take place there. After the funeral, his coffin will be taken to Sancta Maria Maggiore, where he will be buried. Everybody's getting excited that he's not being buried in St. Peter's Basilica, but we've had 2,000 years of popes, and not everyone has been buried in St. Peter's Basilica. So, you know, it's not a break with an unending tradition. It is a choice that he has made, and it is a choice that every pope can make. So I think we're going to see a tremendous coming together, and it's a tremendous blessing for the people that were there. And just think of the wonderful blessing for those who were in St. Peter's Square on Sunday to receive the last blessing of the Pope. And just to know that I've been part of history in the making.
Most definitely. Father O'Connor, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Thanks very much for having us. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. That is the Southern African Catholic Bishops' Conference Secretary General, Father Hugh O'Connor, joining us on the line. It is 12:56 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa.
Got something to say? Are you passionate about issues that matter? Do you have a voice that deserves to be heard? Well, we've got the perfect platform for you. Call in or drop us a WhatsApp on +27 63 406 9126, and we will call you back so you could have your say and be part of the conversation.
30 years of age. I just turned 30 on the 15th of November. So that's who I am, you know.
It's not just talk, it's your chance to air your views, share your opinion, engage with a community that values your perspective. Follow us on our social media. Visit our website at www.channelafrica.co.za and get ready to share your views on Channel Africa, the African perspective. Africa, meet Abedi.
Yeah, that's me.
Abedi is a music lover through and through.
I really love African music.
He's got a taste for all kinds of tunes and spends his days listening to Channel Africa. Guess what? He didn't know.
Okay.
Channel Africa wants to help Abedi and all music lovers everywhere to discover even more incredible music. That is why Channel Africa is calling on all African musicians to submit their music. Musicians, remember to give us all your relevant information. Make your submissions at music@channelafrica.co.za. Submissions are your chance to be heard on radio, but sadly, they do not guarantee that you will be playlisted. All submissions will be carefully reviewed to see if they meet our station's requirement. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Africa Update on Channel Africa.
Well, it is that time where we say good afternoon to the Upside team with Tebogo Lekhuleni in studio. Good afternoon and happy Tuesday.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. And how are you?
I am fantastic.
Great. What's coming up today?
So we're going to be talking about self-care amongst men. Because grooming and taking care of oneself is no longer a taboo, and we're seeing a lot of men now stepping up to the party and taking care of themselves, not just physically but mentally as well, having vulnerable conversations. So that's going to be a fun conversation. And then we get into conversation with the author of Setswana's very first erotica literature. Ooh. Okay. I can't wait to find out what was the inspiration about that. And then we also talk about a movie that's coming up that challenges daughters and mothers' relationships and success. What does success truly mean in today's modern age? And is that dividing our families or keeping us together? That's all coming up.
It's all coming up at the top of the hour on The Upside with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Nompumelelo Ngubeni. For myself, Lulu Gabu, and the Africa Update team, that's our producer, Tracy Boomgard, our technical operator, Tato Maporoma, and social media, Ntsako Mashaba. It's been a great day. Let's do this again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
SABC News. The African perspective.
Good afternoon. It's just gone 1 o'clock Central African time here on Channel Africa. With your news update, I'm Cholani Tulongwebe. Former President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Joseph Kabila, is back in the eastern part of the DRC. Kabila was warmly received by the new administration of Goma under the M23 group and its allies, which led to the government of the DRC suspending its political party, the People's Party for Reconstruction and Democracy. The former president of the DRC had spent time in self-exile after a fallout with the current government led by President Felix Tshisekedi.
Critical decisions have to be made, and in critical times you have to make critical decisions. and these are critical times for the Congo. And as far as we are concerned, we intend to be very much involved in everything that's happening, especially in as far as peace is concerned, and to move around instead of it just being a SADC thing or East African, for it to be our own initiatives, and go each and everywhere where we believe that we can bring about positive change, positive news.
A two-day nationwide shutdown spearheaded by the African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association is meant to start today in Zimbabwe. The group cites a range of unresolved concerns, chief among them the continued leadership of Emmerson Mnangagwa as President of Zimbabwe and chairperson of the Southern African Development Community. The association is calling for swift intervention from the South African Presidency and the Zimbabwean High Commission, saying the status quo is no longer sustainable. Association Chairperson Phumuzo Mokwati says the protest is not just about logistical frustrations at the borders, but also about broader political accountability.
We are also calling everybody, Zimbabweans, national, to say they must not watch us when we are fighting for the freedom, because when you fight for freedom, it's not something like for free. They must come out and fight and claim their country back. We are calling even the 80% of sex workers here in the country to say, let us come, rather than enjoying in the brothel all over the country in South Africa, to go and claim their country and protest. No one is going to claim for their country.
The Roman Catholic Cathedral of Christ the King will hold a memorial service for the late Pope Francis in Johannesburg, South Africa tomorrow. The Pope died yesterday at the age of 88 following weeks of poor health. His funeral will be held on Saturday at St. Peter's Basilica. Didaba Tsotetsi has more.
The funeral service of Pope Francis will be presided over by Cardinal Giovanni Battista and the Dean of College of Cardinals. The proceedings will be open to patriarchs, cardinals, archbishops, bishops and priests. Today, the cardinals in Rome will meet to discuss the process of electing a new pope. Francis will be laid to rest on Saturday.
As the world marks Earth Day today, conversations are turning toward practical ways to address both environmental and social challenges. In South Africa, food waste and food insecurity continue to exist side by side, highlighting a complex problem that has environmental, economic and human costs. Arzinal is the Chief Operating Officer of SA Harvest.
We need to understand that every action has a reaction. Every thing that we can do to mitigate the climate change and getting involved in our communities and stopping food waste will have a ripple effect in the future, and one must never underestimate how powerful that ripple effect can be.
The United Nations Security Council has heard that the spreading gang violence in Haiti is threatening to turn into total chaos. UN Special Representative to Haiti, Maria Isabel Salvador, has told the Council that more international aid is needed.
Cholera outbreaks and gender-based violence, especially in displacement sites, are widespread. Insecurity has closed 39 health facilities and over 900 schools in Port-au-Prince. I urge Member States to support the 2025 Humanitarian Response Plan. The UN remains committed to helping deliver life-saving assistance, especially to women, girls and children, and to promoting social peace through government-led efforts.
For any news stories you would like to share with us, please do send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Jolani Tulongwebe.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
hullabaloo about, all right, I've wasn't the drop, Tato. You know when it goes like there's like a bit of a whirlwind at the back? That's the drop. All right, we're not going to start the Wednesday edition of The Upside. Moaning whether our technical producer knows when the drop is and not. Do you know when the drop is, Tebogo?
Listen, I'm still finding my feet. Don't use me as an scapegoat here. I am just finding my feet. I mean, I need to get used to it so I know exactly where that drop is and where we need to come in.
Honestly, Tato and I have been at this for the past, how long have we been working together for, Tato? 2 years? Yeah, 2 years. And Tato still can't get the drop right. I mean, hello. No, it isn't the Wednesday edition. In fact, it is a Tuesday. It just feels like it's later on in the week because of
the holidays.
The holidays, yeah?
It didn't help at all. I saw the traffic coming in today. I was like, my goodness me. I appreciate the holidays because driving home yesterday after the show, smooth.
Bliss.
Smooth, no traffic. I got home in record time. I was even able to take a nap.
How long is record time?
Well, about 20 minutes.
Okay.
So with traffic, it's about 35 to 45 minutes.
It's a significant difference, eh?
A significant difference. Because everyone is back now, back at work. But it's a short week, right? So celebrate it. 4 days. You can push. The weekend is literally around the corner.
I mean, let us know how you are feeling this Tuesday, being back at work and getting into the full swing of things. We're going to be talking. I'm excited to hear your perspective on the first hour's conversations. And we're talking male grooming.
Okay.
You know, when previously it was frowned upon,
it
was viewed as not a masculine activity to embark on. Now, I see that men are embracing grooming and spending hours and hours and hours getting their looks together. Yeah, whether it be trimming your nose hair or getting your nails done. Do you get your nails done? You don't do any of that?
No. Not. You're talking to...
Do you get facials done?
You at home. I do it myself.
Oh. You're a DIY kind of guy.
Yeah, no, I definitely do it myself. I'm very new to this masking and exfoliating. I'm new to it, but I'm enjoying it. I'm seeing the benefits.
Yeah.
Lately, some breakouts. You see, now I'm paying attention to things that I shouldn't be. But you see, I have to choose my words carefully.
You only have that one face that you have to live with.
So now I'm paying attention to things that previously I never really paid attention to. I'm noticing there's a breakout or what changed in my routine.
And who got you into it? Must be a woman.
I'll be honest, it was a woman. It came from a previous relationship where all of a sudden now you're also enjoying binge watching trash TV with her and now all of a sudden you're face masking together, and then now that she's not there you're like, actually that skin condition thing.
I like the feeling of it.
I like that fruity smell.
Yeah.
It was very nice. So I've kept up.
All right, well, that's what we're going to be talking about, male grooming, and how men are approaching it of late. We're also going to be, I can't wait for the book feature. All things
it's a first of its kind.
Erotica, yeah.
I am shocked that there's such a book that exists in the first place.
2. I mean, there's a sequel.
Well, it's 2 of them now.
Yeah, and in Setswana.
An erotica in Setswana.
Yeah, I mean...
Can you even picture that?
I can imagine... I can picture the erotica. It doesn't matter what language it comes in.
Can I ask this? Which language sounds the least sexiest? If you
African language.
African language. If you were to now say this particular language is now synonymous with...
Sivenda.
You don't think Shivenda would be sexy in a novel?
Not at all.
No, Amber. Very mean.
Sexy, guys. We're talking sexy.
Okay.
I mean, our producer, Nompumelelo Ngubeni, is shocked that I'd say Isivenda is not romantic. All the languages that sound combative.
Combative?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Nguni languages, I don't think any of them are sexy at all.
No, Siswati is sexy.
Oh, Iswati. No, it sounds like you guys are you're learning how to speak the language. No, it sounds like a bunch of kids. No, I'm sorry. It's 11 minutes after 1 Central African time. Let's get
disrespect.
some music.
The Morning Switch Weekend. with the shy guy.
Just the other day, I went to pick up my daughter from school, and as per usual, her friends, they usually come to my car just to say hellos and goodbyes. So this particular day, they made this comment about my jacket, saying that it's giving baddie vibes.
You say my jacket is giving what?
It's giving baddie vibes. It got me thinking, where did the baddies come from? Because nothing is new under the sun, as it is said. I was like, oh yes, remember the Kenyan parliamentarian? Her name is Millie Odhiambo.
When you are urging me to be a good example to the girls, the younger ones who are doing their first term, Mr. Speaker, if they are good girls, they'll never get corner office. Be as bad as Millie Odhiambo, you will be the mother of this house. So do not be cheated like the African culture, where you are told have decorum, be nice. I'm telling you, you will go nowhere. Be a bad girl like me.
And I thought to myself, that is the original baddie.
Saturday and Sunday mornings belong to the Morning Switch. 3 to 6 a.m. Central African Time. Are you fluent in French, Chinyanja, Portuguese, and Kiswahili? Are you passionate about radio? And are you looking to work in South Africa? Do you have papers that qualify you to work in South Africa? In that case, we might have an opportunity for you to work for Channel Africa. Send us your CV and demo at newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Remember, if you don't hear from us within 14 days, it means you have not made it or you have not been selected. Channel Africa, the African perspective. We take no sides, none whatsoever. We are the upside.
Mosadi Malay, 18 minutes past 1 p.m. Central African Time. Welcome to The Upside with Nompumelelo Ngubeni and Tebogo Lekhuleni. We're here with you all the way to 4 p.m. Central African Time. It's back to work today. Everyone is back. And we're hoping that you're going to enjoy this short work week. Only 4 days. Only 4 days. Just around the corner is the weekend as Nompumelelo rolls her eyes.
I want our listeners to hang on to that word, Mosadi. You said it's Malay with Mosadi, yeah? Mosadi is going to be quite significant in the conversation that we have in the final hour of the show because of its meaning. Because of its meaning. Maybe let me keep it there and then we'll elaborate when we get to speaking about that book that we're going to be profiling. But for now, we are speaking modern day masculinity and, how it presents, right, in today's world. And in today's world, I'm particularly referring to grooming and how men approach it. Now, look, I'm a woman. We are known to be big groomers. I loathe the process of grooming. It's time consuming, just because it's merely time consuming. I just feel like I'm throwing away my time. And hence I said I'm intrigued to find out how you feel. About this movement. It does a great deal for one's self-esteem.
Of course,
but how do you approach it? What procedures do you have done in the world of procedures? Because there seemingly is a bit of a quiet revolution happening, one where more men are stepping into the world of grooming and self-care and certainly embracing how they look and reflect on how they feel ultimately. When we come back, we'll be speaking to an organization that does just that, groom men, and we'll be speaking to founder of Goodwill Couture, and that is Goodwill Ngau. But for now, let's take a break. It is 20 minutes after 1 Central African Time.
Zilipendwa na I am Henry Shekif.
Baiter, mambo vipi?
Poa.
Mwaka 2025 mpaka hivi sasa ukoje kwa upande wako mzee baba?
Kabisa, kwa sababu tumejiandaa vizuri. Kama mwaka jana tumefunga vizuri na Septemba, mwaka huu tumefungua vizuri na
hatari sana. Mzee umejipanga, utaki kutupumzisha?
Maana mwanzo alikuwa analalamika sana, you spend long time without releasing song, blah blah. Now I need to
back to back. Platform, mambo vipi?
Mambo poa kabisa, wanasemaje uko ese?
Yani huku kuna shangwe, yani la kufa mtu, sikwambie mtu babu.
Hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza pia kusikika kwa pande hizo za South Africa.
Karibu sana, unajisikiaje?
Kwa hiyo nafuraha kubwa sana kwa sababu ni mara yangu ya kwanza na I hope watu watakuwa wananisikiliza, watu wengi pia. Ili uweze kuvuka nje, watu waweze kukufahamu, tuseme West hivi na nchi tofauti, ni lazima pia uanze kufanya vizuri hapa nyumbani, then uvuke East Africa, after East Africa.
Zilipendwa hapa kwenye Channel Africa, taswira ya Afrika.
The Upside. On the Upside, your voice matters.
All right, it is 21 minutes after 1 Central African Time. We're joined on the line by Goodwill Ngau, founder of Goodwill Couture, and Goodwill's going to be talking to us about, luxurious wefting and his grooming services that he provides at GC Salon. Goodwill, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, how are you?
We're good. We're well.
Fantastic.
How are you doing?
It's amazing here. We're very busy in the salon. I'm very grateful.
Stunning. Yeah, busy is good. Busy is good in the line of work that you are in. And let's start there, Goodwill, how this concept came about and why.
It's actually, it's a dream of mine that I've had since being a little young boy. I used to play with my sister's dolls and also cut up their hair, and then my sister would be angry at me. So immediately after school, I decided, it's time to take just a little curve in my life and go and do some apprenticeship at a salon. And then the
Mm.
owner's like, you know what, Goodwill? Once you start with hair, you're always gonna do it. Like I'm telling you right
Mm.
now, you can't tell me you're gonna do hair and then just do it part time and then fly to America to do au pair. That's not how it works. Hair, hair is something you get hooked at. So I saw myself after that, and I'm like, oh my, what's happening? And then I saw myself 3 years in the line of hair, and then I just realized I had a very big passion for it. Started working with celebrities, started, doing people's hair that I'd never thought I would do. And I just started falling in love with it, especially seeing people's smiles after doing their hair. It's insane how a haircut, or just wefting, or coloring, or cutting your ends, or just doing a treatment can make somebody's day feel 10 times better. So it was scary to see how emotionally a hairdresser is for clients and how much we mean to people. So it's really an amazing industry, and I would literally tell anyone that wants to do hair to jump into it. It's really amazing, and it's a very calm job.
Calm, you said?
Yeah, it's calm. Like I love it. It's literally like when I wake up with no stress. I don't feel like I'm going to a workplace where I'm gonna feel, emotionally stressed up or anything. I just feel encouraged to make people feel good every single day. So it's very fun for me.
I love that. And Goodwill, why was it so important for you to open up this space equally, not just for women, but also for men?
The only reason is I realized with myself. In high school, I was bullied for being gay, and people were like always looking at me because I was that gay boy with. I used to steal my mom's blue mascara and put it on. So it was so much fun for me. When I go to school, everybody would look at me. So I was like a little fashionista in school. Me and my best friend, we used to like just try and look the best at school. And you know what made me feel the best was my hair. I used to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning, iron my hair, put in a little piece of my mom's weave, cut it out of her wig, and stick it on my head. And I used to make a plan to feel good, and feeling that amazing at school made me realize, oh my word, maybe I should make people feel like that as well. And funny enough, men, when they walk into my salon, it's scary how they think, oh my god, this hairdresser is gay, so let me just act as straight as possible and just and as soon as they sit down and they realize what a comfortable space this is, and we're just a happy family, we're just individuals that love doing what we're doing, they just calm down. And I've had so many conversations with clients that were shocking, and it was amazing for me just to realize people can open up in a chair and speak about their emotions. And I have gents coming in every 2 weeks to cut their hair because they just feel happy in a hair salon.
All right. Goodwill, you mentioned wefting.
Yes.
Talk to us about the services that you do provide to men. I don't know what a weft is. Is that the where you have like waves?
Waves.
Yeah, it's like a weave. It's a weave. It's
weave.
a traditional. Yeah, it's a traditional weave. So you get different methods for men. You get the micro-beaded weave, and then you get a topper. So a topper is a system that you glue on the bald spot, and then you have hair. It's
Wait.
easy like that.
African men are having this done?
African men, Caucasian, you name it.
My goodness. All right. So that is called wefting, where you're essentially covering the bald area, and you would use glue, presumably. You'd take hair, right? Human hair,
Yes.
and you'd glue it on.
Yes.
How long does it last, Goodwill? I mean, if someone were to aggressively, just grab your head, would
Believe
it
me,
just
we've
come
had
off?
occasions. We've had occasions with clients. I feel like when people appreciate the fact that they have hair, they don't work hard with their hair. So it usually lasts 6 to 8 weeks, and then they come in for their maintenance. You get something called a mini maintenance or a full maintenance. Mini maintenance is when you just touch up the corners and make sure she or he can walk for the next 2 weeks again, or you do a full maintenance where you remove the whole system and you redo it. So there's extensions for women and for men and women can wear toppers.
I absolutely love it. Tell us more about what else men are doing, because I mean, you are lifting the lid here on men's procedures. But Goodwill, I'd really implore you to just stay on for 5 minutes after our business and sports news, and we'll continue the conversation because I'm intrigued. I didn't realize that. What's happening under that cap? Perhaps.
I'm sorry.
Perhaps.
Don't come at me. All right, I don't have any bold patches.
I haven't seen you without your cap on.
But Goodwill, and there's going to be please think about it because we'll come back and ask you this question. Different textures for men, right? The African, you've got the Afro. So I'm trying to understand.
4C hair.
Yeah.
4B.
So I'm trying to understand how it would work for the Afro. Do they also get the, what do you call it? Not weaving. Wefting. Would they also be customers or clients that will come in and say they want that? Are they different? I have so many questions. And also, are there men who go in there saying we want a beard?
I want to see what's happening under Tebogo's cap. Because he ignored me. He very expeditiously moved on from that point. He could very well be Goodwill's client, and we don't know it. So do get in touch with us. Let's lobby him together. It's +27 634 069 9126 on social media platforms. In fact, we could take a picture for you when he does take it off. It is at Channel Africa 1 on TikTok, on Instagram, on X, and it's just at Channel Africa on Facebook. Remember that you can. In fact, we needn't take a picture for you because you can just watch him live in studio.
Yep.
We are live streaming the show, so you can catch him firsthand and see exactly what is happening under that cap. It's 30 minutes after 1 Central African time, though, and we do have to head on over to our sports news.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Good afternoon, guys. Let me start off with football news. Zambia's Minister of Sport, Elvis Ngandu, says government is deeply disturbed and disappointed with the turn of events at the Levi Mwanawasa Stadium. Over 500 chairs at the Levi Mwanawasa were damaged by unruly Ngana Football Club supporters after their team drew 1-1 with town rivals Power Dynamos in the Zambian derby. Ngandu says they are disappointed with what transpired.
I think we are so very much disappointed with the turn of events. The game I think the game was fairly good. We played very well until we had to start now seeing ugly things at the end of the game, where Bao was given a penalty, and now Ghana supporters, including the players, I think that is now something that I'm so shocked, because even the players also were very, very indisciplined. But I think talking about the damage that Ghana supporters have caused, this was uncalled for, first and foremost.
Stellenbosch FC coach Steve Barker says they've seen enough of Simba SC to believe they can overturn their CAF Confederations Cup semi-final this weekend. The Cape Winelands outfit will host the Tanzanians at Moses Mabhida Stadium in Durban, in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province, hoping to either force the match to penalties or win by a margin of 2 goals to reach the final. Steelies went down 1-0 in the first leg to a goal Barker felt should have been ruled offside by VAR, while arguing that the margin in Zanzibar was proof Simba are not invincible.
There's no surety that we will get to the final, but based on what I've seen, Simba are beatable. I don't need 2 goals. I can win the game 1-0, and it can go to penalties. So it doesn't have to be 2. But I'm confident that if we play to our full potential, that we have the ability, we have the quality, and we can score 2 goals.
Equally so, Simba coach Fadlu Davids felt they let Stelis off the hook by only scoring 1 goal and expect them to be more clinical in Durban.
Simba Sports Club is a big club and we cannot be happy with a scoreline like this, especially when you really have moments to make it 2, to make it 3, even to make it 4-0. And this way the players have got to really realize the stage we are in. We're in the semi-final stage. And in the semi-final stage, it's you don't get big opportunities like we had this season in this match. So really, clearly, we've got to improve. This performance is definitely not good enough.
SABC Sports says Africa's Netball's Management Committee has issued a demand to World Netball that the provisional suspension of Netball South Africa's president Cecilia Molokwane be lifted. World Netball has launched an investigation over allegations leveled against Molokwane, who was officially called to step down from her duties as NSA president while they probe serious allegations of misconduct. It is alleged that Molokwane misused NSA funds for her own personal gain in relation to events leading up to and during the 2023 Netball World Cup held in Cape Town. And Sharon Lokedi broke the Boston Marathon course record, and fellow Kenyan John Korir joined his brother as a race champion on Monday as the city celebrated the 250th anniversary of the start of the Revolutionary War. Lokedi outran 2-time defending champion Helen Obiri over the final mile, a year after losing a sprint down Bolston Street to her in one of the closest finishes in race history. Lokedi finished in 2 hours, 17 minutes, 0.22 seconds, 19 seconds ahead of Obiri, who had hoped to become the first female triple winner of the marathon since 1999 and more than 2.5 minutes faster than the previous Boston best. Meanwhile, 6 months after winning Chicago, Korir finished in 2 hours, 04.45 seconds, the second fastest winning time in race history, as the runners took advantage of perfect marathon weather to conquer the 26.2 miles from Hopkinton to Boston's Copley Square. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Fikile Ngwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Got something to say? Are you passionate about issues that matter? Do you have a voice that deserves to be heard? Well, we've got the perfect platform for you. Call in or drop us a WhatsApp on +27 63 406 9126, and we will call you back so you could have your say and be part of the conversation.
30 years of age. I just turned 30 on the 15th of November. So that's who I am, you know.
It's not just talk. It's your chance to air your views, share your opinion, engage with the community that values your perspective. Follow us on our social media. Visit our website at www.channelafrica.co.za and get ready to share your views on Channel Africa, the African perspective. No matter where you are, Channel Africa is always with you.
Thank you for that sports update, Fikile. We'll catch you in the next hour. But for now, we head on over to our business news.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Good afternoon, I'm Nosipho Zuma. In your business news this hour, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in South Africa says about 56,000 people have come forward to check whether they have unclaimed dividends. Now, according to the JSE, about 506,000 shareholders have been recognized as having unclaimed dividends. The number of claimants is expected to rise over the 3-year duration of the project to match shareholders to their dividends. Director of Marketing and Corporate Affairs at JSE, Vuyo Lee, explains.
So far, in the 8 weeks, we've already managed to touch 10% of that base. Out of the 55,915 claimants, we have had about 6,965 matches. So people who have identifying as having the unclaimed dividends due to them.
Two major South African employer organizations, Sakeliga and the National Employers Association of South Africa, have launched a joint legal challenge against the Employment Equity Amendment Act and newly published regulations. They argue that the legislation enforces unconstitutional racial hiring quotas and poses significant risks to business autonomy, economic productivity and social cohesion. Pete Leroux is Sakeliga's CEO.
The regulations prescribe maximum quotas for white men. Earlier draft regulations contained quotas for coloreds, Indians, blacks, white women, different sexes as well. Now the latest regulations scrapped all of those and it made its target just white men. And it now says that white men should in the next 5 years be limited to as little as 4% of some employment categories. We do not accept this infringement on businesses' ability to appoint who they need to appoint. These are people who built their own businesses, and it's not acceptable for the government to interfere in this.
The future of the Democratic Alliance in South Africa's government of national unity hangs in the balance after it voted against Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's 2025 budget. Meanwhile, the African National Congress in Parliament says the delay to table the 2025 budget adopt the fiscal framework and revenue proposals are the highlights of the first term of the House this year. The adoption of the budget framework secured the country's fiscal stability for the time being. However, the political implications of the budget impasse are far-reaching. Mdumiseni Nduli is the ANC's chief whip in Parliament.
But in essence, the substance of this budget is presenting an opportunity for our country to walk away from austerity budget and rather increase expenditure, which, as we all know, is the cornerstone for economic growth. As the ANC in Parliament, we are very optimistic and will undoubtedly hold government accountable to ensure that practical measures are taken.
The U.S. Department of Education says it will resume collecting federal student repayments from borrowers in default from the 5th of May after a pause of more than 5 years. In a statement, the department said their resumption will impact more than 5 million borrowers who are in default, adding that another 4 million borrowers were late in making payments. Student loan collections were paused in 2020 as a way to provide relief during economic uncertainty stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, the Student Borrower Protection Center, which litigates on behalf of student borrowers, condemned the Trump administration's latest announcement. And finally, major U.S. stock indexes dropped and the dollar index slid to a 3-year low yesterday as U.S. President Donald Trump continues attacks on the Federal Reserve Chair and the bank's monetary policy rattled investors. Showing Bryce Peace reports.
A senior White House official on Friday indicated that they were studying the status of Powell as the markets now digest efforts by President Trump to exert greater control over monetary policy, the purview of the Fed, which in theory operates independently from political interference. The Fed chair has stated that he does not believe the president has the power to remove him under the law and has suggested taking a measured approach in digesting the efforts of Trump's tariff policy and its impacts on the U.S. economy. Powell suggested last week that the tariff policy could stoke inflation and slow economic growth, while major financial institutions have raised their expectations of a U.S. recession amid an escalatory trade war with China.
Your financial indicators: one US dollar in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 naira 603. In Botswana, it's 13 pula 63. Kenya, the dollar is trading at 128 shillings 78, and in Zambia, it's 28 kwacha 38. The BRICS countries: $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 riyal 82. Russia is 81 rubles 13. India is 85 rupees 15. China at 7 yuan 29, and in South Africa, $1 is trading at 18 rand 72. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 86 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $3,455 and platinum at $966 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $67.14 a barrel. Now, for any business news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom at channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I'm Nosipho Zuma.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Connecting Africa to the world. The Upside with Nompumelelo Ngubeni and Tebogo Lekhuleni. Bringing you Africa's brightest ideas and untold stories.
43 minutes past 1 p.m. Central African Time. Thank you so much for choosing the Upside this afternoon on Channel Africa. We are streaming live on the SABC Plus app. Download it on your Android or iOS device on www.channelafrica.co.za or catch us on DSTV channel 802. And don't forget to hit that like and follow button on social media at Channel Africa 1 on X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, and at Channel Africa on Facebook, because there you can also stream us live. You can see exactly how we look like in studio. We're coming to you from Johannesburg, South Africa. It's a warm day today. Is it warm? Actually, it was warm earlier. And then got a bit windy, so that's why my outfit suggests cold and hot at the same time. Anyway, you can see it all live on our streaming platforms. We are talking about modern masculinity meeting self-care at Goodwill Couture with the owner of GC, Goodwill Ngao. Goodwill, thank you so much for staying on the line. We were talking earlier about the different trends, the different treatments. Talk to us about what else GC offers. You had mentioned that some men are doing very interesting things. It's not transplants, but they're doing very interesting things. What else do you offer? Do you offer manicures for men? Do you offer massage? What else do you offer at the salon?
So at GC Wafts, we specialize in any grooming for men and women. So what we do is we have hair color called reshade for men. So you do get men that get gray hair. So a reshade basically shades the gray hair. It doesn't completely take it away. It just makes it a little bit darker so that it's not that white color that stands out.
Okay.
So that's a reshade that we usually do on men, and then you can do a reshade on your beard as well. And then we like trimming the beard and just, making you feel more luxurious and more at ease with yourself. So we do treatments for men. We have a collagen treatment for men and women. And then we have a full face treatment from Joico. Full face treatment helps with hair growth. It stimulates the scalp for new growth and also gives back moisture in your hair. So the Joico hair treatment system, what that does is it's like a hair in a bottle. So it fills up hair on your head, gives you more shinier and thicker looking hair.
Tell us about nails. I see more and more men getting their nails done. Are they? And now it's not just like a buff and shine, right? So you're seeing.
Oh no, believe me.
So now you're seeing a little bit more decorations and stuff.
Yes, nails are literally the in thing right now. Men are going for design, French nails. They do some cartoon characters on their nails. So nails are becoming a very big thing for men. And also I think they can also see hygienically what it does. And also how you feel after doing your nails. So men on the other side are introduced to this whole new section of beauty and they're really loving it, but they are doing it. I'm sorry to say this, but men are going on the wilder side than women. So they do some diamonds on their nails, whatever you want. I don't know how to explain it to you, but men are exploding with ideas right now when it comes to nails. It's like a coloring book.
Oh my goodness. Goodwill, where can people find your store, social media handles to get in touch?
So on Instagram, we are GC Wafts, and then my personal page is Goodwill Buta, and then on Facebook, it's G Beauty, and then we are in Brooklyn, Pretoria. So it's a very nice area, it's a safe area, and it's just a fun, vibey area, so it feels like a party every day.
Goodwill, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for shining a light on male grooming, that we no longer need to frown or be shy about it, but we can be bold and come to a place like yours and feel amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
It is now 13 minutes before 2 p.m. Central African time. We're talking about masculinity and meets self-care. We're seeing more men taking care of themselves, grooming, taking care of their nails. I haven't done that yet. Something that I need to do. Maybe I'll go to GC because they sound very welcoming.
I think so. I was checking them out on social media. Look, are they the leads in extensions? Hair extensions? Absolutely. Absolutely. But maybe, we should treat you to a manicure as a team, for your birthday still.
I would appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you so
we'll
much.
look into it. But because now we're going into the psychology of modern day masculinity, really just trying to shift the stigma, right, of men taking care of themselves. I don't know why there'd be a stigma. But I suppose because if you go back and look at what men are socialized to be in society, providers, protectors, there isn't anything in that says the cute ones, or right? Or the handsome. You know what I mean? We don't advocate for that for men. So taking time off, I suppose, to take care of yourself could come with a little bit of self-judgment. And joining us on the line to just take a deeper dive into why it is that there is a stigma around men taking care of themselves is Mertha Nyamande, who's a psychological trauma specialist as well as forensic psychology consultant. Mertha, good afternoon. Thank you again for joining us.
Good afternoon. Nice to be here again.
Mertha, are you one to take time off to take care of yourself? Get some treatments done, facials, nails, and all?
Oh, yes. I'm one of... self-care is one of the most important things for me.
And what does
I actually have my nails done sometimes.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely.
But not a lot. Probably once or twice a year, but not much.
Okay. I mean, let's talk about, you say it's one of the most important things for you. And being a man, would you say that it would be for any man that endeavors to take care of themselves in that way, in the sense of just grooming?
Absolutely. You see, the issue that has existed for a long time has been a misconception that men shouldn't care about things, because men are kind of wired to do the more rigid kind of things, the more technical, structured kind of things, that you just do this and then you do that and then you do that, without necessarily taking time to look after yourself, to do the self-care, those kind of things. So where these things kind of get broken is in how we're introduced to these concepts. If you look at things in the African context, for example, a man is supposed to be tough, is supposed to be aggressive, and all those kind of, the provider who looks after everyone.
Yeah.
But there isn't really that concept that, okay, if you're the person who's providing for everyone, who provides for you? And we don't tend to look at ourselves and provide for ourselves. So this is where you then find people running to the concepts of, okay, if there's no one looking out for me, then I have to surrender all these stressors that I have to the supernatural being to look after me. But do they really? These are conceptual issues that we don't really kind of take into consideration to say, what is this actually doing to me and for me? Now, when it comes to why we've come to this point is the role of man has not really been understood, and it's one of the most difficult things to actually wrap around your head, because it's tasked with more philosophical elements of discipline. What is it that we're supposed to do when it comes to being disciplinarians, being torch bearers? What are we lighting the torch to? Do we understand where we're going? Or are we just holding a torch without a direction or even an understanding of where are we supposed to be going as a creation, as a people, as a race, for even? So those are very difficult questions, and they're not easy to understand, and not many men out there can wrap their heads around just that very simple question: where are we going? So if your son is to come and ask you to say, Dad, what are we doing and why are we doing it? Because a lot of parents don't really understand that question, it actually becomes a very threatening kind of question. So instead of answering that question with something that is enlightening to their sons or their daughters, they become angry and aggressive. So essentially, you then just you are shut down and you're not answered, and that leaves generation upon generation getting even more lost.
Martha, what are some subtle ways that men can start incorporating to start, taking care of themselves a bit better, developing routines that don't feel overwhelming? Because oftentimes you think about taking care of myself, yes, getting the nails done, the facials, everything seems overwhelming at first when you're not used to it. What are some of the subtle and first steps that a man can start implementing?
So the most basic, and this is going to sound very stupid, and a lot of people would be like, what's that? What do you mean? Is the concept of breathing relaxation, right? Just
I couldn't agree more.
Taking a simple moment to breathe.
Wow.
We are breathing, but we're not really breathing effectively, especially when we are under a lot of stress and tension. So if you are able to take a moment just to take a deep breath consciously, not one that happens subconsciously and as a parasympathetic response, you're not in control of that. You want to be in a position where you are controlling your breathing. You are deliberately taking 3 minutes to just focus on your breathing, control your breathing. Okay, so that's the one thing that I would start with before we even start talking about facials and taking a moment for a break to actually have lunch and enjoy it without rushing. Breathing is the most basic. That's where we need to all start.
And so, Martha, you speak about breathing, and really that speaks to so much, right? Because breathwork is important in self-regulation, one's ability to problem solve and think clearly, right? So that the next thought would probably be, okay, now that I am feeling relaxed, let me go to that therapy session or grooming session. But in a world where self-care, you go on social media, and every time on a Sunday afternoon, typically, when people talk about self-care, it's a bubble bath, it is a glass of wine, it's reading a book. outwardly, men aren't embracing the idea of self-care because there is some kind of judgment that goes with it. I mean, earlier on, we had an owner of a salon who was speaking about how he was judged for being gay. And it's only, I think, because of him being gay, he started the self-care routine when he was younger. But for heterosexual men who do take care of themselves by going to get their nails done and why is it still that there is still some kind of judgment, particularly amongst men?
Right. So when people do things that other people don't understand, there's obviously going to be a lot of judgment, a lot of comment, a lot of talk. Okay. But we need to start to get to a point where we know ourselves well enough that if someone comes to me and says, "Oh, that looks gay, you doing your nails," it's one of those things that because I know myself, it doesn't even get anywhere near my skin. It doesn't bother me to the slightest. But a lot of people don't know themselves. And when suggestions are thrown their way, they start to fester over them. They start to worry. They start to panic. And they then stop doing things that they want to do because of fear of being labeled something that they're not sure. Am I? Maybe I am. Maybe they've seen something that I haven't seen. So maybe there is something there. So people need to know themselves. And this is where the idea of breathing comes in. Like you mentioned earlier on, the moment you're more relaxed, you get clearer in terms of thought. You get clearer in terms of what is it that you're doing? Who are you? You start getting deep into yourself. You start to introspect and you start to become comfortable with who you are. A lot of people are not comfortable with that. You know, just sitting with yourself. It's very difficult for a lot of people. As awkward as that may sound, a lot of people actually prefer to be with company that they do not like than to be with themselves.
That is so true. Mertha, for those who want to pick your brain a bit and delve more into this conversation, where can they find you on the socials?
I'm on Insight Wellbeing on Facebook, Insight Wellbeing on Instagram, Insight Wellbeing on X. And we also have a website, www.i-wellbeing.weebly.com.
Mertha, thank you so much for your time this afternoon and for unpacking this rather important conversation. The voice there of Mertha Nyamande, psychological trauma specialist and forensic psychology consultant director of Insight Wellbeing. It's 2 p.m. Central African time. Let's get the latest in news.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Top stories are South Africa's BMA arrests over 1,000 illegal immigrants over the Easter holidays, and Ukraine's president to visit South Africa this week. Good afternoon. I'm Jolani Tulongwebe. South Africa's Border Management Authority, BMA, has arrested 1,385 illegal immigrants over the Easter holidays through the deployment of drones at the Beitbridge border post in Musina. The BMA Deputy Commissioner Rudzani Mbilo says the use of technology has enabled them to curb illegal immigration. Mbilo says the deployment of drones has helped them direct officials to problematic spots.
We want to send a strong warning to the facilitators out there, be the facilitator from South Africa or the facilitator on the other side of the country. We are giving a strong warning to them. We are waiting for them. This time around, we have the artificial intelligence in the form of a technology. It tells us where we should direct the boots on the ground.
South Africa's former Deputy President Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka says Pope Francis passed away at a time when his contribution is most needed. She says the Pope passed away as the world recovers from the devastating COVID-19, wars and sexual violence within the Church. The Pope died yesterday at the age of 88 after weeks of poor health. Mlambo-Ngcuka explains.
Actually, he was also a leader at a very complicated time. You know, climate change, wars, COVID, the wars between peoples of faith, now Gaza. So it was not easy. And of course, sexual violence within the church. So he always had to take a stand on these.
Former President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Joseph Kabila, is back in the eastern part of the DRC. Kabila was warmly received by the new administration of Goma under the M23 group and its allies, which led to the government of the DRC suspending his political party, the People's Party for Reconstruction and Democracy. The former president of the DRC had spent time in self-exile after a fallout with the current government led by President Felix Tshisekedi.
Critical decisions have to be made. And in critical times, you have to make critical decisions. And these are critical times for the Congo. And as far as we are concerned, we intend to be very much involved in everything that's happening, especially in as far as peace is concerned, and to move around instead of it just being a SADC thing or East African, for it to be our own initiatives, and go each and everywhere where we believe that we can bring about positive change, positive news.
A two-day nationwide shutdown spearheaded by the African Unite Borders Bus Trucks Association is meant to start today in Zimbabwe. The group cites a range of unresolved concerns, chief among them the continued leadership of Emmerson Mnangagwa as President of Zimbabwe and chairperson of the Southern African Development Community. The association is calling for swift intervention from the South African Presidency and the Zimbabwean High Commission, saying the status quo is no longer sustainable. Association chairperson Phumuzo Mokwati says the protest is not just about logistical frustrations at the borders, but also about broader political accountability.
We are also calling everybody, Zimbabweans, national, to say they must not watch us when we are fighting for the freedom, because when you fight for freedom, it's not something like for free. They must come out and fight and claim their country back. We are calling even the 80% of sex workers here in the country to say, let us come, rather than enjoying in the brothel all over the country in South Africa, to go and claim their country and protest. No one is going to claim for their country.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to arrive in South Africa on Thursday for a working visit. Zelensky will meet with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa at the Union Buildings in Pretoria. This visit comes as Ukraine faces increasing pressure to agree to tough terms for a peace deal with Russia proposed by US President Donald Trump's negotiators. The deal requires Ukraine to permanently cede Crimea and abandon its ambitions to join NATO. Political analyst Kwezi Ngubisa.
The visit by President Zelensky to South Africa should be considered as an important development in the ongoing efforts by South Africa and the African continent to communicate its suggestions and availability to play a role in building confidence between Russia and Ukraine in light of the ongoing conflict and war in that particular part of the world.
Recapping the top story this hour, South Africa's Border Management Authority has arrested 1,385 illegal immigrants over the Easter holidays through the deployment of drones at the Beitbridge border post in Musina in the Limpopo province. For any news stories you would like to share with us, please do send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Cholani Tulongwepe.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
not going to be fighting tomorrow. You
should have seen Nompumelelo in studio literally 2 minutes before we went live. She's like, we're waiting for the drop, the perfect moment. It's like, no, not that one. And then we got it right.
Gotta get it right.
I think 2 years later, he's got it. I think you're also confusing Tato.
No, Tato, watch him tomorrow. We're going to be back to square one. I know him all too well. Shame. He's a brilliant technical producer. Just don't ask him too much, like drops, and he really just needs to focus on the work that he gets paid for. Thank you, Tato.
Well, let's talk about the work that we're getting paid for in this
The birds
hour.
and the bees.
The birds
Talking
and
about
the
the birds and the bees.
What a fun conversation that's going to be.
I'm looking forward to it.
First of its kind, and Setswana erotica. I've never heard that before. Have we not heard Xhosa? Okay, no. Maybe I'm thinking of my
Really?
own. No. Maybe I'm thinking of my own.
I mean,
maybe I'm thinking of my own experiences.
also, it's not
where
like
saw it somewhere. It's also you're not a consumer. You're not a consumer of erotica
no,
literature.
that's why I'm really excited about literature, not this kind of literature. You're being so facetious.
Anyway, that conversation is coming up next because 2 books that our author has put out.
Yeah.
Right? The first is called Dinotsi, meaning bees, and the other one is Dirurubel, which means butterflies. So the bees and the butterflies, talking about erotic content. First of its kind, fully fledged in Setswana. It's something that we've never really heard before. We'll unpack and talk about it.
Tuelo Gabonewe, author of Dirurubele and Dinotsi. Very exciting. I mean, he's quite accomplished, very accomplished, seeing as one of Tuelo's books is a prescribed reader in the curriculum.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah. So I can't wait to speak to
And it's
Tuelo.
female-led characters.
Hey, the first one is female.
The first one, Dinotsi.
Yeah,
Dinotsi.
Dinotsi.
Okay.
And I want to hear what this woman is up to and how she got sexually liberated. So if you are in the car with kids, I think it should be all right for children.
No, it's
children
good
over the age of
education.
16, I'd say, perhaps. Let's make it a little savory. It will be savory. It will be a savory conversation.
It will be very savory, yes. So if they're under 16, give them headphones.
If you're a sensitive parent as well, you know. In fact, we could use this. You could use this if you're a parent as an opportunity to have that conversation about the birds and the bees.
Very important because we don't have it.
Yeah.
I mean, if we don't have it at home, where else are we going to have it? We're going to have it on television, social
TikTok.
media, friends. And that's not the healthiest way to be introduced to such conversations. Anyway, it's 11 minutes past 2 p.m. Central African time. That conversation is coming up next.
Africa Update on Channel Africa with Lulu Kabu.
The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, reports that over 3 million children are involved in prostitution globally, while the International Labour Organization estimates that 1 million people are trafficked annually for sexual exploitation. Many victims are lured with false promises of a better future.
We have serious problems, Lulu. One, we had porous, got us easy access of these criminal transnational syndicates coming in and living at ease. Number one. Number two, we also have a problem where some of our law enforcement officers, those who are rogue, who work hand in glove with the syndicates because they give them something in return of them turning a blind eye. Point number three, we have a problem of corruption that leads to us being a playground of this transnational organized crime.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
Você é fluente em português? É apaixonado por rádio e quer trabalhar na África do Sul? Você tem documentos que o qualificam para trabalhar na África do Sul? Nesse caso, podemos ter uma oportunidade para você trabalhar no Canal África. Envie seu currículo e demonstração para Canal África @ newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Lembre-se, se você não receber alguma resposta nossa em 14 dias, isso significa que você não foi selecionado. Canal África, a perspectiva africana.
We take no sides, none whatsoever. We are the upside.
screech there in the background.
They didn't hear. Don't say.
Oh, they didn't.
No, don't say such things.
Okay. I thought it went on air. I thought that screech went on air. That's Tebogo screeching about the lamb curry he had last night. But it gets me thinking about, you screeched like one would if they were engaging in other activity.
Wow.
The type we're going to get into now.
You've been
but
sex.
before we go there, that one was Tiwa Savage featuring Dr. Sid with If I Start to Talk. I want to talk about the birds and The butterfly. No, the bees.
The
and the
bees and the
butterflies in this
butterflies.
case, yeah?
All right, let's talk about it. Sex, language, and liberation. Tuelo Gabunewe's Dinotsi and Dirurubele are doing what few books have done before. Putting unapologetic, sensual, female-led erotica on the itinerary map in Setswana. These aren't just stories, they are revolutions in print. On the line, we've got Tuelo. Tuelo, thank you so much for your time and welcome to The Upside.
Good afternoon, Tebogo. Thanks for the invitation. I'm glad to be here with you guys this afternoon.
Sir, let's talk about it. A first of its kind. No one has really heard of an erotica ever. Kasetswana. Tell us about it. Inception point. What inspired it?
Yeah. Okay. So I started writing in English, like most writers of my generation. And the reason why I wrote my books in English is because I thought there was a bigger market to tap into for English writers compared to, the Setswana readership.
Yeah.
But I wasn't getting a lot of joy in that space. My books were doing relatively well. I was getting invited to festivals and fairs and that sort of thing. But there was just something that I wasn't happy with as a writer, as an individual. And so there's a very good friend of mine called Sabata Mpomokai, who is also an award-winning Setswana writer. I remember we had a conversation once upon a time, and he said to me, you know what, there's space for you within the Setswana writing community. Just give it a shot and see what comes out of it. And so as a writer, I've always wanted to write meaningful books, books that set themselves apart from everything that's available. So I looked at the Setswana canon, and I saw a gap. I saw that there's a specific style or a specific type of writing or a genre that Botswana writers haven't actually dared to bring to the reading population. And I saw a gap. I thought, why not? And that's how Dinotsi came about, which is the first of 2 erotic novels that I've published so far.
Tuelo, with Dinotsi, you not only then break barriers into a genre that has been largely untapped, but also break barriers in positioning women in a way in which they haven't typically been, right, in the African society.
Absolutely.
So you really are challenging the narrative in many ways. Talk to us about, then we are kind of delving into the political here, but what it is that you were seeking to challenge in this book.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, women are not very well represented in literature in general, especially in African literature. They mainly used as props or as supporting characters. They're just in the background, and there's usually a dude in the front that we're seeing everything from his point of view, right? And I thought, most of the writers that I grew up reading had very strong female characters. I've already spoken about Sabata Mpomokai, who wrote a very strong female character in his novel Hakimudisa, which was published in 2012. There's another very big novel in the Setswana writing community called Muhudi, which was actually written in English, but there's an argument now that it's actually a Setswana novel because it features Botswana as characters. It happens in a Setswana setting, and therefore it was written in English, but it is in a sense a Setswana novel. And Muhudi, which is the title of the book, is also the main character within that story. And there's a lot of things happening around her. And she is the strong female lead who just takes everything in her stride. And I thoroughly enjoyed reading her as a character. And I thought, maybe I need to do something for, my novel. It's erotica. Women are not encouraged, certainly, to be sexually liberated in this country and on the continent at large. And I thought, let me shake the table a little bit and have a woman who is well off. She's got her own money. She's got a great career. And she's not afraid to get herself out there in terms of how she pursues her carnal pleasures, as it were.
You're certainly shaking things up, Tuelo. If you have any questions for our author this afternoon, the WhatsApp line +27 63 406 9126. We'll carry on with this sensual conversation right after this.
Africa in Business on on Channel Africa.
An investigation by South Africa's non-profit organization Open Secrets has found that telecoms company MTN has played a role in shutting down the internet during elections and wars in Sudan, Cameroon, Iran, Afghanistan, and Uganda, thus enabling governments to silence the opposition.
Interestingly, this isn't just unique to MTN. I think the report also looks at Vodacom DRC as being a proponent of one of these violations, particularly in shutting down the internet during the elections in 2018 and 2019. Autocratic regimes are able to utilize the licenses that they have with these telecom companies, basically to, suppress political dissent. And the result is that many people are left without connectivity. And not only does this affect people's ability to communicate with their loved ones and access vital emergency services, but also at a very basic level of access to information.
The Open Secrets investigator, Lu Forno Uduli.
Africa in Business on Channel Africa. Weekdays from 1 to 2 p.m. Central African Time. Join Tebogo and Nompumelelo on the upside, where optimism meets opportunity.
23 minutes past 2 p.m. Central African Time. We are still in conversation with Tuelo Kgabunewe. And Tuelo, we want to find out from you, when you conceptualized and you obviously said, I want female leading these conversations in both of the book, actually the first book, Dinotsi, let me be specific there.
Correct, yeah.
Why was it so important to reflect this through your literature based on what's happening in society?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the country we live in, there's a lot of gender-based violence, particularly against women. And as I said, women are not expected to be sexually liberated.
Yeah.
Everybody expects a woman to be a shrinking violet in the background. You see the discourse and the conversations that we have on social media from time to time, where women are branded a certain way just by virtue of expressing certain sentiments around sex and sexuality. And obviously, I'm not a woman. I can't tell women's stories as best as they can, but I can give it a go. I'm a very good writer, and I beg myself to be able to tell a really compelling story that portrays women in a different kind of light. And, the hope was that the book would be well received and it would kickstart these kinds of conversations where people would be able to speak very honestly and very openly about sexuality, as it affects or as it relates to men and women in the country. And when I wrote the book, obviously, because Setswana is such a conservative language, but Botswana are very conservative. As you say, we've never had a fully fledged erotic novel in this language before. We've had erotic elements in patches here and there in the different books that we've had in our canon. But overall, there's never been a book from cover to cover that is erotica. So my fear at the time was, how is this book going to be received? Is there going to be a lot of backlash from Botswana who maybe might not be very impressed with the fact that their language is used in this manner?
Yeah.
But as I said, I've been a writer for a very long time. It's something that I take very, very seriously. I've spent basically my entire lifetime honing and perfecting my skill, and I was able to do it in a palatable manner, if I have to say so myself. And the feedback from the Setswana reading community has been very positive and very encouraging indeed.
All right, so I'm getting from that it's quite tastefully done, Tuelo, as erotica is, right? It's not as explicit as one would think. I'm quite intrigued. I think you mentioned that you're not a woman twice, and it got me thinking about, in the heroine of Dinotsi's exploration of her sexuality, was there any kind of research done with women about their wildest desires and how those would be played out? Or was it really from a male perspective, Tuelo, and how he thinks or how he desires women to express themselves sexually?
That's a very good question. It reminds me of another question that I get all the time when I talk about these books. People often ask me if this is based on my own personal experiences. it has to be based on something. From that.
Okay.
So it's stuff that I've seen, stuff that I've heard about, some of it I've experienced it myself, and so on and so forth. But I mean, there wasn't any extensive research done. I'd be lying if I said that there was. But I mean, we live with women, we interact with women all the time, and I like to think of myself as an open-minded individual. I've had very honest conversations with women throughout the course of my life about, their opinions when it comes to different things related to sex and sexuality. And so that's what I tapped into. And obviously some of it is my own imagination of what a woman might think or how she might act or respond in a certain situation. But the reason why I keep underscoring the fact that I'm not a woman is because I guess I'm saying indirectly that there's still space for women to come forward. They're interested to tell these types of stories, especially in this language, because the honest truth is that we don't have enough literature for adults, and not necessarily just erotica, but for people that spend their own money to read for pleasure. My biggest, I'm not going to say pet peeve, but I feel like most writers that write in Setswana write with they want their books to be prescribed in schools, basically. So they write for children, and you can tell when you read it, this is not written for an adult reader. Somebody who's just going to spend their own money, buy the book, and read it at their own leisure for their own pleasure. And there's a gap to be closed. There's definitely space for more women to come to the fore and tell their stories much better than I was able to in these two books.
Well, we'd love to have you on the line for a few more minutes just to unpack the second book and what are the themes and the tones that you are exploring there, and also the space for African language literature. How big a gap is there at the moment for us to explore more of our own languages and see more of the African language books being out there in various types of genres and topics? So we'd love to have you on for a few more minutes to discuss that. But for now, we're going to find out what's happening in the world of sport. And then we're going to have our business update or business news. In the world of sport, after Rory, do you want to know how much money Rory made for that Masters win?
No, because his win was enough for me.
The win was enough?
And those tears were just so touching. And the green jacket and I'm just happy for Rory.
The money.
I don't want... Okay, tell me about the money.
I'll tell you afterwards. Let's find out what's happening in the world of sports.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Begin with football news. Zambia's Minister of Sports, Elvis Ngandu, says government is deeply disturbed and disappointed with the turn of events at the Levi Mwanawasa Stadium. Over 500 chairs at the Levi Mwanawasa were damaged by unruly Nkana Football Club supporters after their team drew 1-1 with town rivals Power Dynamos in the Zambian derby. Ngandu says they are disappointed with what transpired.
I think we are so very much disappointed with the turn of events. The game I think the game was fairly good. We played very well until we had to start now seeing ugly things at the end of the game, where Bao was given a penalty, and now Ghana supporters, including the players, I think that is now something that I'm so shocked, because even the players also were very, very disciplined. But I think talking about the damage that Ghana supporters have caused, this was uncalled for, first and foremost.
Ngandu says there is a better way of showing discontent when you don't agree with the decision of the officials.
Even when you have a grievance, you cannot get to an extent where you start damaging your own property. This infrastructure you are seeing here is the only one that we do have in this country. This is the only one that we are using. If we also damage this one, we'll have nothing to talk about, because Heroes Stadium is still under construction. And now, government is grappling with how best we can try to put up sports infrastructure in the country, and the citizens are busy, some of them, damaging their own property.
On to rugby news. South African rugby has described former African Springboks captain and Blitzboks coach Norman Mbigo as a pioneer whose impact on South African rugby was profound. Mbiko passed away at the age of 79 after a long illness, having dedicated his life to the sport both on and off the field. He captained the African Springboks and faced top international teams during his 16-year playing career. In 2000, he became South Africa's first black senior national coach post-rugby unity when he took charge of the Blitzboks midway through their inaugural World Series campaign. He continued to mentor young players and contributed to rugby development locally and abroad. Some more rugby news with the URC, United Rugby Championship season heading into its final stretch. The Bulls' resilience and game plan will be key to their title ambitions. Next up, defending champions Glasgow Warriors at Scotstoun Stadium. After that, they return to Loftus Versfeld to face Cardiff and the Dragons. Jake White believes his team has the hunger to go all the way.
The challenge now is how are we going to convert those opportunities that we get in the playoff games to win those games, and I'm sure it will come. I mean, I'm very, very sure it will come because there's a talent, and for the 4 minutes at the end of that game, you saw there was a desire to win as well, and when you combine those two, a desire to win and talent, as we've shown in the last couple of years, and our team growing older, as in more mature and older, it's going to be something that I'm sure that we can use in our favor going into these big games.
Now, athletics, Sharon Lokedi broke the Boston Marathon course record, and fellow Kenyan John Korir joined his brother as a race champion on Monday as the city celebrated the 250th anniversary of the start of the Revolutionary War. Lokedi outran two-time defending champion Helen Obiri over the final mile a year after losing a sprint down Bolston Street to her in one of the closest finishes in the race history. Lokedi finished in 2 hours, 17 minutes, 0.22 seconds, 19 seconds ahead of Obiri, who had hoped to become the first female triple winner of the marathon since 1999, and more than 2.5 minutes faster than the previous Boston best. Meanwhile, 6 months after winning Chicago, Koriri finished in 2 hours, 04.45 seconds, the second fastest winning time in race history, as the runners took advantage of perfect marathon weather to conquer the 26.2 miles from Hopkinton to Boston's Copley Square. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Fidel Ngwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Have you been struggling to find Channel Africa?
Oh yes, where can I find you guys?
Well, you are in luck.
Warning, radioactive zone detected.
Listen to the African perspective on our brand new SABC Plus app. Download the fresh and easy to use app from sabcplus.com or the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Or just command your phone to find SABC Plus on your phone and check out all this good stuff. And that's where you will find Channel Africa, the African perspective. Oh yes, this is fresh and easy. The Upside. On the Upside, your voice matters.
35 minutes past 2 p.m. Central African Time. This is indeed The Upside with Nompumelelo Ngubeni and Tebogo Lekhuleni. Let's find out what's happening in business with Nosipo.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you, team. Good afternoon. In your business news this hour, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in South Africa says about 56,000 people have come forward to check whether they have unclaimed dividends. Now, according to the JSE, about 506,000 shareholders have been recognized as having unclaimed dividends. The number of claimants is expected to rise over the 3-year duration of the project to match shareholders to their dividends. Director of Marketing and Corporate Affairs at the JSE, Vuyo Lee, explains.
So far, in the 8 weeks, we've already managed to touch 10% of that base. Of the 55,915 claimants, we have had about 6,900 165 matches. So people who have identifying as having the evidence due to them.
The Cape Town High Court in South Africa has heard that the country's Minister of Finance misled Parliament when he created an impression that the decision on increasing value-added tax could be changed after Parliament voted. This as the Democratic Alliance and the Economic Freedom Fighters are asking the court to intervene and set aside Parliament's decision to increase VAT in 2 weeks and again in April 2026. The EFF says the increase will hurt all South Africans, while the DA has argued that its case is about making sure democratically elected representatives in the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces decide on the increase and not the minister alone. South African lawyer and legal scholar Tembeka and Nicholas Ngubeni.
Because it said the zero rating is a blunt instrument because the poor still have to pay for the other goods that are not zero rated. And in any event, there is no zero rating right now because it is yet to happen through this independent panel that is yet to zero rate. So at the time the decision is made, there is no evidence of what is the impact of zero rating on the poor. There is no panel at all. So zero rating, as Parliament said, is a blunt instrument. It doesn't take us anywhere. So we have a scenario in which there is a clear violation of constitutional rights, that the two organs of state that are responsible for budgeting have forgotten their constitutional obligations to the poor.
Two major South African employer organizations, the SACILIGA and the National Employers Association of South Africa, have launched a joint legal challenge against the Employment Equity Amendment Act and newly published regulations. They argue that the legislation enforces unconstitutional racial hiring quotas and poses a significant risk to business autonomy, economic productivity, and social cohesion. Pete Leroux is SACILIGA's CEO.
The regulations prescribe maximum quotas for white men. Earlier draft regulations contained quotas for coloreds, Indians, blacks, white women, different sexes as well. Now the latest regulations scrapped all of those and it made its target just white men. And it now says that white men should in the next 5 years be limited to as little as 4% of some employment categories. We do not accept this infringement on businesses' ability to appoint who they need to appoint. These are people who have built their own businesses, and it's not acceptable for the government to interfere in this.
Tesla investors are anxious to know if plans to roll out a cheaper car and a robot taxi service this year are on track. The electric vehicle maker is scheduled after market close on Tuesday to provide what is likely to be its most important update on operations since the launch of its Model 3 vehicle in 2017. Now, this month, Tesla said that it would hold a live company update along with its results and the question and answer webcast, sparking speculation on social media that it might make a major announcement. And finally, major U.S. stock indexes dropped and the dollar index slid to a 3-year low on yesterday as U.S. President Donald Trump's continued attacks on the Federal Reserve Chair and the bank's monetary policy rattled investors. Investors flocked to safe haven assets, including gold, which hit another record high. Taking to social media, Trump referred to Powell as a major loser as he pressed the Fed chair to lower interest rates. Showing Bryce Peace reports.
A senior White House official on Friday indicated that they were studying the status of Powell as the markets now digest efforts by President Trump to exert greater control over monetary policy, the purview of the Fed, which in theory operates independently from political interference. The Fed chair has stated that he does not believe the president has the power to remove him under the law and has suggested taking a measured approach in digesting the efforts of Trump's tariff policy and its impacts on the U.S. economy. Powell suggested last week that the tariff policy could stoke inflation and slow economic growth, while major financial institutions have raised their expectations of a U.S. recession amid an escalatory trade war with China.
Your financial indicators: one US dollar in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 naira 603. In Botswana, it's 13.63. Kenya, the dollar is trading at 128 shillings 78, and in Zambia, it's 28 kwacha 38. The BRICS countries: $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 real 82. Russia is 81 rubles 13. India, it's 85 rupees 15. China at 7 yuan 29, and South Africa, $1 is trading at 18 rand 72. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 86 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $3,455 and platinum at $966 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $67.14 a barrel. Now, for any business news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I'm Nosipho Zuma.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Connecting Africa to the world. The Upside. Your daily dose of inspiration, innovation, and untold stories from across Africa. With Nompumelelo and Tebogo.
All right, it's 43 minutes after 2 Central African time. We are still talking about the first ever series of erotica books penned in Setswana by Tuelo Gabonewe, ne? Tuelo, how do we pronounce Gabonewe? Oh dear, I don't know what to put the emphasis on. Say that again. Gabonewe. And Tuelo.
Saying Gabonewe Malata. So yeah.
Aha. All right. Tuelo is an author of Di Rurubele as well as Di Notsi. Now, all right, let's delve into the sequel, Di Rurubele. Talk to us about the man. I mean, that is Mudiri, ne? Mudiri is now a married man. He's in a committed relationship. Tell us about his new role and how it impacts his understanding then of sexuality. Because this is the younger man who was involved with the heroine in the first book, and now he's finding himself in a committed relationship.
That's correct, yeah. So, as you say, Mudiri comes to the forefront in the sequel. I mean, he was the supporting character in Dinotsi, where Matsepo was our main protagonist. And she was teaching him the ropes and sort of opening up his mind in terms of sexuality and what needs to be done as a man. How do you need to conduct yourself when you engage in those types of activities? And now Mudiri is older. He's in his mid-30s. He's married, as you say. But the title of the book, Dirurubele, obviously Dirurubele is an insect that flutters and floats all over the place. And spoiler alert, unfortunately, Mudiri is that type of character. He still flutters and floats.
Oh,
I mean, I'm sure Tebogo knows what I'm talking about. You know, as men of his age tend to do. But he's married, he's committed, he's got a family, and so he finds himself having to juggle this huge responsibility of being there for his family and bringing up his son. But he still has his own desires that he still wants to explore further. So we look at how he explores these desires within the household, and some of the stuff gets outsourced to other places as well.
Outsourced. I love that. Tuelo, when you wrote Mudiri's story, how much of his story, his journey, reflected on your own? We spoke earlier about how you're not a female, right? in the first story, but in the second one, how much of Mudiri's story and Mudiri's journey reflected your very own?
I'm glad you said journey because I mean, it's not my story. I'll just put that on the table straight out.
Yeah.
It's purely a work of fiction. It's not a memoir. It's not an autobiography or anything of the sort. But I mean, we base most of what we say in our books on our own lived experiences. It would be impossible for me to be able to write if I hadn't experienced life like everybody else. And so from time to time, you tap into what you know, you tap into your own thoughts. I mean, this is erotica. Some of it is your own desires or stuff that you think about as an individual. And I wanted the book to be interesting and exciting, right?
Yeah.
So the one thing that I realized from the feedback that I received for the Notsi was that I was maybe a bit too reserved in certain places, just in terms of the usage of the language, in terms of calling things what they are. And so I decided to let loose. The Rurubele is certainly a lot more adventurous than the Notsi. That's what I will say.
I'm interested in what you hope the literary space will morph to be, following. I mean, you have mentioned that you'd like to see more women participate, particularly in themes of erotica and in African languages. But what are some of your other hopes with regards to the literary scene on the continent?
Yeah. So I'd like to see more and more writers embracing their own languages and producing literature in different African languages. There was a conference in 1962 called the Makerere Conference of African Writers, obviously held in Uganda at the University of Makerere, attended by the who's who of African literature, the Chinua Achebes, the Wole Soyinkas, the Ngugi wa Thiongos, the Eskia Mphahlele, and so on. And they were talking about African literature, and it's disappointing that at the conference there was a very big argument made for English as a language, the usage of English in African writing. There were very strong proponents at that conference. And I mean, obviously they went on to become household names, but 95 or 99% of their work is in English. And we're starting to see more and more people gravitating towards their own languages, during these times. The likes of Ngugi wa Thiong'o himself almost exclusively writes in Kikuyu, which is his home language. So I'd like to see more people writing in African languages. I mean, obviously, I've had to make that switch myself from English to Setswana. And people usually ask me what my experience has been like ever since I switched to my mother tongue. And I always speak about the freedom that came with that decision. When I write in Setswana, I don't have to think too hard.
That's quite poignant.
It's my language. The resources of the language are immediately available to me. I can just tap into them and tell a very compelling story. And I also have a responsibility as a writer to make sure that my language not only stays alive, but that it grows. So when you go to conferences where we speak about language, there's a lot of emphasis on preservation of the language. And I always argue that preservation is not enough. We need to grow the language. We need to be adventurous and create new terminology, new words, new phrases, and make sure that the language continuously grows. And then we make it attractive to readers so that people interact and engage with the language on an ongoing basis to ensure that it stays alive for as long as possible.
And Duelo, there are people who get very pedantic about how a language is written. Are you using the proper Setswana? Is it your expression of it? Talk to us about some of the people and the sources that had to be very close to you as you were researching and making sure that you are not diluting the language, but you're keeping it as authentic as possible.
Absolutely. And that's a very important point, Tebogo. It's important to have a community. So I've spoken about Sabata Mpomokai, who is a senior lecturer at the Solplaatje University. He's been writing books since time immemorial. He is an exceptional writer. He's won awards. And I mean, he also grew up in a family. Very recently, Dr. Khumule Momokai, unfortunately, lost his life. He was a writer himself. He wrote books in Setswana. He wrote plays for radio in Setswana, and that's where Sabata grew up. I was fortunate enough to grow up in a village. I was born and bred Kosi King in the Northwest Province, which is very far away from where I live and work these days. But I lived in that environment. No one speaks English, and so my understanding of the language is very solid because I got it from everybody around me, the entire community. My parents, my grandparents were still alive for a very long time during my childhood when I lived in that part of the world. So, I mean, there are other people as well, Professor Shole Shole, who He has been writing books since the 1970s. He's been the editor of both my books, and we keep each other engaged and on our toes. I mean, I obviously Setswana has a lot of dialects, right? Kimorolong, there are Bakwena, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
In all our different languages in South Africa, we've got mini groups that form part of the bigger group. And so obviously sometimes we argue about the correct usage. Should I use a word that is used primarily in Taung versus a word that's maybe in Zirast, Rustenburg, or in Klerksdorp? And so we have to find that middle ground and make sure that what we produce will resonate with all of the different speakers of the language. And I mean, I stay very close to the language board, the Setswana. They meet every now and again to discuss new terminology, to discuss the orthography, which is how the language should be written, and the different rules. For example, back in the day, if you spell the word sheba in Setswana, you spell it with an SH. And recently, they've decided to change it to an S with a diacritic, so the little mark on top. So you constantly have to be with your finger on the pulse of these things to know what rules are working at any particular time, to make sure that when you sit down to write, you are using the latest available diction and language as it should be used.
Duelo, earlier on, you leveled a criticism towards writers that write for children, or hope to have their books then co-opted into the curricula in schools and therefore would go into English. But you yourself have penned a book, a children's book, Hippo and His Friends, and that was in English. Tell us about what informed that decision.
Okay, so there was a commissioned project. I mean, that's what I'm saying to young writers is if you are a good enough writer, so it's important for you to hone your skills and make sure that you produce work of the highest quality. Because every now and again, somebody pops out of the woodwork, you don't know who this person is, and they say, hey, we're working on this project, we'd like you to contribute a story or two. If you've got the time, you do it, and you never know how far that work can travel. So that little storybook has been translated into German, into French, into Spanish, Chinese, it's all over the world.
Stunning.
I was also part of another commission project by the Department of Education and the Sunday Times, circa 2014. And that anthology is currently being studied in schools nationwide. And now and again, I go to a school and I give a talk to the kiddies, and they absolutely love it. So,
where are you based these days? You say that you are very far from the northwest.
Well, like most people, I'm in Gauteng.
Okay.
I've had to leave my home. I mean, I also do a lot of work for TV. I produce shows from Mzansi Magic and Showmax and so on. So that means that I have to be based in Gauteng. I have to be on set. I have to attend meetings and so on. So I don't go home as often as I used to, or as often as I'd like, because you go home and you spend a day or two with
and you never want to come back.
No, I come back. I just want to be there forever and ever. But unfortunately, we have to put bread on the table.
Yeah.
So I'm based in Joburg, and that's where I work. And I'm hoping that I'm an old man. I mean, in 10 years' time, surely I should have gathered enough money and resources.
You don't look a day over 35, Duelo. So don't play with us.
I'm a 40-year-old. I turned 40 on the 2nd of Jan this year. So.
Okay. Congratulations on the milestone.
Duelo, where can people follow you on social media, and where can they find your books?
Yes, sir. So unlike you young ones, I don't have a fancy nickname. So I'm just Duelo Gabonewe on all of these social media platforms. I'm on Facebook, I'm on X, I'm on Insta, I'm on TikTok. On all of these platforms, I use my name. And my books are available on Take a Lot, and you can go to Shara Books, which is spelled XARRA books, sharabooks.com. Ebooks are available, hard copies are available, and enjoy.
We absolutely will do. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
It has been a pleasure chatting to you guys. Thanks for the invitation, and enjoy the rest of your day.
That is author Duelo Gabonewe. Do check out Di Rurubele and Dinotsi if you are looking to expand your knowledge base, I suppose, and your language of Setswana. as well as, entertain yourself.
I love how he said it was so freeing, liberating to write in his own home language. Can you now imagine the consumer at home reading in the language that they grew up speaking, their home language, how fulfilling that's going to be? So check out those books. It's 3 minutes before 3 p.m. Central African Time. This is The Upside with Nompumelelo Ngubeni and Tebogo Lekhuleni. We're not going to do our What Caught Your Eye now, are we?
No, there's too much to talk about.
We're
just going to run out of time, frustrate ourselves. I do just want to digest the importance, or maybe reiterate the importance, not digest for myself, but also reiterate it. Yeah. The importance of learning in our languages, or using our languages at least. There's nothing like liberty. And when you do have liberty, when you are feeling free, so much more can come out of that. I also loved how he said that advice wasn't within reach. You don't now have to write a whole thesis to a professor in England. No, you just go to your grandmother or to your aunt who's potentially in the next room to ask. But really, I think being more of yourself or coming home to yourself, nothing more liberating than that. And my hope is that we do encourage our little ones to also learn their own languages, right?
It's just
read their own languages.
Read the language. Yeah. There are certain ways of expressing yourself in your home language that no other language can do.
Like compliments in your home language. Have you ever been complimented in Isiswati?
Absolutely.
It does not.
It's not the same as in English.
No.
It's the same as when a guy is trying to ask a girl out.
Yeah?
In English, it doesn't work.
Really?
Well, it works to an extent. But when it comes...
So give me an example. What would you say in English, for instance?
In English?
Yeah. If you were to ask a girl out.
So let me tell you something. Generally,
it's you know what? I haven't met someone who is not a sport. I mean, you are really just not a sport.
So
if you were that kind of guy. Oh, wait, girls ask you out typically. How does it work?
So if I were to ask out a girl, generally I'm very bad when it comes to using, what are those lines? Flirty lines?
Pickup lines. Yeah.
And I have a very dry sense of humor. Right, the driest of them all. Thank you very much. So what I would normally do, simply just look at you straight in the eyes and say, "Young lady," and I love using "young lady" for somewhat other weird reason, and just say, "Young lady, I'd love to take you out."
Are you in a relationship currently?
No.
That's why. Maybe, perhaps, Joalane Tulo, who's now Ngwepe, can tell us how she got to be a Ngwepe. Hey, Joalane, what did your husband, Ntate Ngwepe, what did he hit you with?
I mean, I think he was speaking English, though. He wasn't really speaking, he was speaking English.
Okay.
I think it depends, on the language.
Yeah.
Some languages are not that romantic, isn't it? I mean, it's just like...
Which ones aren't romantic for you?
Which ones?
I think Sesotho's not very romantic. It's generally not romantic. I think Sizulu sounds romantic.
Oh, no.
Really?
No, I think it's so combative.
No.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Top stories this hour. South Africa's BMA arrests over 1,000 illegal immigrants over the Easter holidays, and Pope Francis to lie in state from tomorrow. Good afternoon. South Africa's Border Management Authority, BMA, has arrested 1,385 illegal immigrants over the Easter holidays through the deployment of drones at the Beitbridge border post in Musina. The BMA Deputy Commissioner Rudzani Mbilo says the use of technology has enabled them to curb illegal illegal immigration. Mpilo says the deployment of drones has helped them direct officials to problematic spots.
We want to send a strong warning to the facilitators out there, be the facilitator from South Africa or the facilitator on the other side of the country. We are giving a strong warning to them. We are waiting for them. This time around, we have the artificial intelligence in the form of a technology. It tells us where we should direct the boots on the ground.
The Vatican says Pope Francis will lie in state from tomorrow for mourners to pay their last respects. The Pope's funeral will be held on Saturday. The service will take place in the square in front of St. Peter's Basilica. The Pope died yesterday at the age of 88 following a stroke. The Pope had been hospitalized earlier this year for double pneumonia and spent 5 weeks in hospital. He had returned to the Vatican a month ago. The BBC's Mark Lowen has the details.
It all kicks off tomorrow when the coffin of Pope Francis, an open casket, will be moved to St. Peter's Basilica, and it will lie there in state for mourners and the faithful to come and see his body and pay their respects until Saturday morning, when the funeral will happen at 10 a.m. local time. It will take place in St. Peter's Basilica. There will be dignitaries, heads of state from across the world. Pope Francis will then not be buried in the Vatican. He has said that he wants to actually be buried in quite a simple ceremony on the other side of Rome at the Basilica Santa Maria Maggiore.
The Legal Resources Centre in South Africa, or LRC, is urging immediate action to tackle sexual misconduct in schools. The LRC has cited the recent case of a 7-year-old girl allegedly raped at her school in Matatiele in the Eastern Cape province. The centre's spokesperson, Buleng Musia, says despite laws mandating staff vetting and abuse reporting, many stakeholders still lack clarity on their roles in preventing the hiring of unsafe staff and responding to allegations. Musia has emphasized the need for better implementation and awareness to ensure student safety.
To try and remedy this, the Legal Resources Centre has created an educator sexual misconduct toolkit that aims to try and simplify what is a complicated legislative framework that can be gleaned from multiple pieces of legislation. Our hope is that in trying to consolidate this into one clear and accessible document, we can try to empower all relevant stakeholders within the education sector, including schools, school governing bodies, and even departmental officials, to know exactly what is required of them in order to combat educator sexual misconduct and make sure that our schools are safe environments for learners.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to arrive in South Africa on Thursday for a working visit. Zelensky will meet with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa at the Union Buildings in Pretoria. This visit comes as Ukraine faces increasing pressure to agree to tough terms for a peace deal with Russia proposed by US President Donald Trump's negotiators. The deal requires Ukraine to permanently cede Crimea and abandon its ambitions to join NATO. Political analyst Kwesi Mncibisa.
The visit by President Zelensky to South Africa should be considered as an important development in the ongoing efforts by South Africa and the African continent to communicate its suggestions and availability to play a role in building confidence between Russia and Ukraine in light of the ongoing conflict and war in that particular part of the world.
Recapping the top story this hour, South Africa's Border Management Authority, BMA, has arrested 1,385 illegal immigrants over the Easter holidays through the deployment of drones at the Beitbridge border post in Musina. For any news stories you would like to share with us, please do send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Jolani Tulongwebe.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
The energy we had before that, I think like it needs to be amped up a bit more because 7 minutes past 3 p.m. Central African Time. This is The Upside with Nompumelelo Ngubeni and Tebogo Lekhuleni. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are live on the SABC Plus app. You can stream us on www.channelafrica.co.za. And don't forget to hit that like and follow button on social media so you can stream us live from our studio at Channel Africa 1 on X, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube, and at Channel Africa on Facebook. Use the hashtag The Upside. It's the third and final hour.
Oh man,
can you believe
it's that separation anxiety is starting to seep in?
Really?
And sadness that we have to say bye soon.
It's the fact that the hours just go by so quickly. I wonder if other people share those sentiments when they're at work.
Let us know. Are you sad that you when you leave work? Let us know, okay? It's +27634069126. Are you as sad as us when you are about to
as
work?
us, because I believe some people, when you knock off at 5 o'clock,
yeah,
by 5:02, some people are already waiting there by the door.
5:02 still is still fine.
It's still fine.
When you get there, you're ready to knock off. You're just like, you can't wait to leave. You've never been in that situation. I've been.
Plenty.
You walk in and you're just like, oh.
Plenty.
May the deities be with me.
I tell you what, I know I'm sharing a bit too much.
Yeah. No such thing. It's a safe space here on The Upside.
Back when I was 9 to 5ing, right? Office job, desk job, all those things. I used to go to the lavatory. Right?
Okay.
Why are you laughing?
Okay. I haven't heard lavatory in a long time, but yes.
I used to go to the toilet. I used to go to the restrooms, right? The men's restrooms. And I would sit there for like 10 minutes. Just because it would get so much and so hectic. And that felt like a little escape. And I'm glad that those lavatories were well taken care of. They were clean. They smelled nice. And so that was my little escape.
That's actually heartbreaking.
It got to me sometimes. Sure. It was a lot. But I'd like to think other people do that. Some may take a smoke break. They go outside,
get a coffee.
Get a coffee. I used to just go to the restroom and just sit there for a few minutes and just be like, just breathe.
Speaking about, trying to escape, I wasn't very good at escaping. There was a time when I actually just sat under the table and I wanted to weep. I may have let out a tear or two.
Under your work desk?
Yeah.
Wait, as in like other people could see this?
I would assume so. Those who were in close proximity, yeah. I left the booth and I went to my work desk and sat under the table.
That's very concerning. If I were to see my colleague under the work desk, first I'm just going to run to it. I'm like, hey, are you okay? What's happening?
Yeah.
Are you okay? What's wrong?
I also think because of the environment, they'd become quite used to bizarre behavior. Which I think HR should have kind of done something about. But it became part of the work culture or lack of culture there. So we're speaking all things film. My goodness, I can't wait for this film, Sabbatical.
What happens when your daughter...
the fave.
You're raised for greatness and success and you sacrifice so much, comes home broken and she's about to lose everything. Would that change your relationship? Would you no longer look at her and be like, my pride, my joy?
Such an important conversation. Outside of the artistry of the film, but what an important conversation to have. It reminds me of Brenda Ngokolo, the story. It reminds me of a friend of mine who then went on to become a sangoma because of that, Oh my goodness. But yeah. The fall from grace, so to speak, as a favorite child.
Yeah. And what happens when your parents' success is attached to your success? They live through you. Anyway, it's 12 minutes past 3 p.m. Central African Time. We unpack that film after this.
The Midnight Snack, every Monday, 12 to 3 a.m. with Chanduko Ligege.
Say, is just me trying to imagine myself as a backup singer for Zonke because her music is just beautiful. As the song was playing, I was just, moving like a backup singer. You know how they are. They with their hands are being so dramatic and, putting that spice into the song. So the song is called Say Now, and we love it here on the Midnight Snack. I hope you also love it.
Let's talk love, intimacy, and relationships on the Midnight Snack with Tebogo Lekhuleni. No matter where you are, Channel Africa is always with you.
A firm favorite there, Horns in the Sun. It doesn't sound as old as it is. That one by Morda, DJ Kent, Moti, Takzin, Brendan Praise.
Quite a few people on this one, eh?
Shoo, I remember. And the other guy, the DJ that I had a crush on, he's
Kent.
also on that one that they're not showing him. No.
Where
Or was
he?
he not on it?
Oh, who's that? Who's the DJ?
MBO, MBYO. What does he call himself? MBO.
Oskambo.
Yes.
Oskambo. Who's that?
That's what he calls himself.
Really?
Oskambo. Have you not heard it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
I haven't heard that one. I had an interview once with him a couple of years ago, and I asked him, "Is it MBO Mbo?" He's like, it's Mbo.
No, Mayin.
So it's Mbo.
Okay.
So that's why I'm like, which one is this
by
MBO?
No, MBO.
All right, listen. Let's get into conversation about a new film.
Very excited about
one
this
that's
one.
just not about it's not just about the acting and the storyline, but it's the fact that it resonates with so many people in Africa. What happens when the daughter you raised for greatness comes home broken? Sabbatical is a soul-stirring new film by Tebogo Lekhuleni that explores the fragile line between ambition and belonging through the eyes of a daughter in free fall and a mother in denial. We've got the writer Tebogo Lekhuleni joining us on the line to tell us more about this masterpiece. Tebogo, thank you so much for your time. Welcome to the Upside.
Hello, thank you for having me. What a beautiful introduction. And he did say Oscambio.
He did say, there we go, Tebogo. Thank you.
Tebogo, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Listen, before we get into the film, what it covers, what was the inspiration and why it's so relevant now, I want to just understand where your frame of mind is at the moment. You've got this beautiful production that you're bringing to the rest of the world that resonates with so many people. Before we get into that, this is The Upside on Channel Africa. We are in conversation with Tebogo Lekhuleni, and we're going to unpack her latest body of work, which I am 100% convinced you are going to absolutely love. Don't go anywhere.
Mix Vibration sur Channel Africa.
Nous allons accueillir sur ces plateaux de Mix Vibration un artiste pas comme les autres. Il est exceptionnel. Il se classe résolument dans la trajectoire des artistes qui défendent le patrimoine du folklore africain, mais aussi de la rumba. Ici, Jérémy Tchani.
En tout cas, je vous dis merci à la Channel Africa, à tout le monde qui nous suit. Dans la vie, si tu veux aller loin, il faut comprendre les temps. Il y a ceux-là qui étaient dans leur temps, mais à cause d'une mauvaise conduite, à cause des gens qui l'accompagnaient, à cause de sa famille, à cause beaucoup de choses, son temps passé.
Voilà, donc il faut toujours gérer le temps. Chaque chose a son temps, dit-on. Et la couronne ne dure pas éternellement, dit-on. Donc il faut toujours gérer le temps que Dieu vous a donné sur la terre. C'est le message que Jérémy Tchani nous amène aujourd'hui sur Mix Vibration à Channel Africa.
Mix Vibration, tous les dimanches de 18h à 19h, temps universel.
If it's news and current affairs, leading opinions, and thought leaders that get your groove, this is your home, The Upside.
21 minutes past 3 p.m. Central African Time. If you didn't know, we do broadcast in 5 different languages on Channel Africa: English, French, Portuguese, Chinyanja, and Kiswahili. And you can catch us on www.channelafrica.co.za. Currently, we are in conversation with Tebogo Lekhuleni about her latest body of work called Sabbatical. Tebogo, take us through this film. What is it about? I mean, we touched on it, but I think you are best to tell us more about it.
The film is a love letter, I guess, a quirky, funny, dramatic love letter to Black African mother-daughter relationships. It starts off with a banker, quite successful, Joburg-based, a corporate hun, waking up in a childhood bedroom, not quite knowing how she got there, and not in a state in which a mother would approve of. And when she tries to go back to her high life in Johannesburg, she realizes that she can't leave. She's gotten into trouble at work and can't quite tell her mother what the trouble is, because her mother raised her to be the successful person and to be as far away from the life that she grew up in as possible, as our mothers do. But now when trouble is upon her in her life, she's unable to kind of tell her mother that there's a little bit of a failure in the mix, So a lot of it is kind of like a tense, but sometimes funny and awkward kind of relationship between mother and daughter. And in the middle of it is a huge secret that's going to change this relationship forever, And I was quite interested in talking about gaps, generational gaps, but the gap between this great life in fancy Johannesburg and where we come from, and in this instance, it's just Pretoria, which is not even an hour away, but it's like such a long way away, Basically, that's the film, yeah.
So the complexities, Karabo, that are raised in this film, they are various. The complexities of living in or trying to build something, make something of your family in post-apartheid South Africa as the young, upwardly mobile individual who feels a sense of duty because of what the parents had to go through, right? Working tirelessly. I wonder how much of that story or that narrative, that complexity in particular, stems from your own personal experience. You were raised by a single mother. How much of the story draws from your personal experience?
So I'm an artist, I'm a filmmaker, and my mom was quite encouraging of it. I started studying mechanical engineering, and she was like, "What? But you're a good writer. You write," and so she was really supportive of my creative career.
That's quite different.
Yeah, so she's quite unique, and it's an unusual story. So I'd like to honor that, But other than that, I guess I am interested in my relationship with my mother in terms of our culture. I was raised in her culture, whatever that is, because my mom really grew up in Atteridgeville. She'd like to think that she's, deeper than that. But, she's like a woman from the hood. Sometimes, really, she likes to think it's more serious. But there is a way that we're raised quite community focused, respect your elders and, the ideas of kind of like more of an African-centered sort of life, but then we're thrust into white schools, for lack of a better word, or I guess multiracial schools as we called it in the day, and we are asked to learn a new culture and become, shapeshifters, people who are this way at school and people who are this way at home, and eventually people who are this way at work and people who are this way at home, And there is a cultural shift between generations, especially my mom's and my own. She grew up in apartheid and I really, most of it didn't, So I was interested in these cultural clashes. I thought them funny, like what time do you wake up? When do you get married? When do you have children? How do you cook mohodu? Did you wipe the counter? Did you wash dishes? The smallness and the bigness of this culture clash. And we really don't understand each other. We love each other, but I don't think we understand each other. My mom is, kind of better. She kind of leans into, my hashtag, whatever, wokeness, Now she can say, Karabo, I'm not body shaming, but don't you think the skirt is a little bit short? I was like, okay, you got one part right, but you're still body shaming, So I'm interested in this kind of, the tension between the two generations. Yeah. And I really truly believe that, our parents tried, but they don't understand why we complain about our current state of living, depressed, anxiety, you get burnout, So they worked hard, so they expect us to kind of reap the benefits of their hard work. But we try to explain the complexities of these worlds we have to kind of fit into, which are not our own, unfortunately.
Karabo, when we look at Lesego's story in the film, how does it challenge our ideas of success? Because in actual fact, who gets to define that?
Yeah. I think that's such a great question, because it literally was the central theme of this film. And especially if we look at where the world is now in 2025. There's like historically been an emphasis on success being kind of monetary and material.
Yeah.
But I'm really of the opinion that the more we look at the world and, societies like currently, the more we realize that perhaps success might be different, and I'd like to offer community or as success, having people, being surrounded by people you can lean on, Sometimes it sounds like so cheesy, but I think the more people get successful, the more they're isolated because there are only so few places for success here, there's only this many, Channel Africas, there's only this many, corporate banks. We all can fit into this thing. So there are few of us, there's one Beyonce, there's one Rihanna. It's not a communal success, And I think we need to start thinking about maybe going back to a little bit of togetherness. There's something in the way our parents kind of raised us and the way they live that's perhaps healthier, I think chasing stuff is quite isolating. So yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I answered your question. Sometimes I get carried away, but yeah.
No, you did. You did. Thank you so much for that. You did.
We do have to take a break though, and we're hoping that you are able to stay with us, Karabo, beyond this, the business news as well as sports. So let's take a quick break into the sports news and we'll continue the conversation with Karabo Lidikha right on.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Let's start off with football news. Nigeria's national under-20 head coach Aluyu Zubairu has selected first-choice goalkeeper Ifeanyi Harcourt, defender and captain Daniel Bameyi, midfielder Suleiman Alabi Jojo, and forward Karobo Ariehi among a squad of 24 for this year's Africa Cup of Nations taking place in Egypt. A tournament is expected to run from the 27th of April to the 18th of May 2025. 13 nations will be battling for continental supremacy and 4 qualification spots to the FIFA Under-20 World Cup Chile 2025. Coach Zubairu promised to get to the semi-final to pick up a World Cup ticket.
Going for the World Cup ticket first. By the time we get to the semi-final, then we think of what is going to be good for the country. But for now, I think the World Cup ticket is the priority. Definitely, we are going to have 2. One on the 23rd, one on the 26th. In the countries we are going to play, the federation is still in talk with them. It has not been finalized. But all the same, even if we do not have those countries, which I believe hopefully we'll get them, even if we don't have, we are going to have enough clubs to play with there. And clubs that are equal to the tax. I remember we're having 2 North African countries in our group. So playing any team in Egypt is as good as playing the North Africans.
Zambia's Minister of Sport, Elvis Nkandu, says government is deeply disturbed and disappointed with the turn of events at the Levi Mwanawasa Stadium. Over 500 chairs at the Levi Mwanawasa were damaged by unruly Nkana Football Club supporters after their team drew 1-1 with town rivals Power Dynamos in the Zambian derby. Nkandu says they are disappointed with what transpired.
I think we are so very much disappointed with the turn of events. The game I think the game was fairly good. We played very well until we had to start now seeing ugly things at the end of the game, where Power was given a penalty. And now Ghana supporters, including the players, I think that is now something that I'm so shocked, because even the players also were very, very disciplined. But I think talking about the damage that Ghana supporters have caused, this was uncalled for first and foremost.
And in rugby news, South African Rugby has described former African Springboks captain and Blitzboks coach Norman Mbiko as a pioneer whose impact on South African rugby was profound. Mbiko passed away at the age of 79 after a long illness, having dedicated his life to the sport both on and off the field. He captained the African Springboks and faced top international teams during his 16-year play career. In 2000, he became South Africa's first black senior national coach post-rugby unity when he took charge of the Blitzboks midway through their inaugural World Series campaign. He continued to mentor young players and contributed to rugby development locally and abroad. More news on rugby. Bulls director of rugby Jake White says their historic win over Munster is just the momentum they needed heading into the playoffs. The Bulls strengthened their Vodacom United Rugby Championship URC playoff hopes with a hard-fought 16-13 win at Thomond Park at the weekend. It's the first time a South African team has beaten all 4 Irish provinces in one season. White says the victory keeps them on track and boosts their confidence for the road ahead.
I knew it was going to be an 80-minute slog. I knew it was going to be one of those games that goes to the wire. And we needed this sort of momentum going into the playoffs now. You know, it's next week, it doesn't get any easier. We play Glasgow, who beat us in the final. So what we couldn't afford is to go, play badly today and then go into next week having, played and lost to Edinburgh and then lost to Munster. So from a momentum point of view, from a confidence point of view, from a log position point of view, we're obviously very, very happy.
With the URC season heading into its final stretch, the Bulls' resilience and game plan will be key to their title ambitions. Next up, defending champions Glasgow Warriors at Scotstown Stadium. After that, they return to Loftus Versfeld to face Cardiff and the Dragons. White believes his team has the hunger to go all the way.
The challenge now is how are we going to convert those opportunities that we get in the playoff games to win those games. And I'm sure it will come. I mean, I'm very, very sure it will come because there's a talent and for the 4 minutes at the end of that game, you saw there was a desire to win as well. And when you combine those two, a desire to win and talent, as we've shown in the last couple of years, and our team growing older, as in more mature and older, it's going to be something that I'm sure that we can use in our favor going into these big games.
For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +2711 714 4459. This is Channel Africa Sport with me, Fikile Ngwati.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa in Song with Chanduko Ligege.
So the artist that I just played now went by the name A.B. Cresto. So A standing for Alfred, B for Benjamin. What's your take on people having two names? Is it because maybe you can't decide on a name?
I've heard people saying that they are named because of whatever that was happening around.
This is things I also see now. I'm sure now a baby born in the Eastern Cape is called Nomatarif.
You see now? Or it was a born baby when it was, what do you call these things we used to pay for men driving?
Noma Itol.
Noma Itol, listen.
Well, Noma Confident is leaving.
Africa in Song with Chanduko Ligege. Connecting Africa to the world. The Upside. Your daily dose of inspiration, innovation, and untold stories from across Africa. With Nompumelelo and Tebogo.
And it's now time for us to hear what's happening in the world of business with business news.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Good afternoon, I'm Nosipho Zuma. In your business news this hour, more and more women worldwide are now starting to run their own businesses in an effort to earn a living. However, a recent entrepreneurial study indicates that female entrepreneurs, particularly in South Africa, are sadly exiting their business at a rapid rate. The UVU Africa's program has successfully helped more than 2,000 female entrepreneurs with the required technology and business skills their business for success. However, the demand keeps growing. Head of Entrepreneur Development at UVU, Accelerate Lausman.
When working with these women, we've really structured a program and built a program that we feel caters to the needs of female entrepreneurs. At the core and at the heart of our program is technology and really helping entrepreneurs to gain access to and have skill in top technology tools that can help them to compete in the digital economy. We also create a huge support network around the women in our programs. What started originally as quite a small program, as you said, now has led to the graduation of more than 2,500 women
The Johannesburg Stock Exchange in South Africa says about 56,000 people have come forward to check whether they have unclaimed dividends. Now, according to the JSE, about 506,000 shareholders have been recognized as having unclaimed dividends. The number of claimants is expected to rise over the 3-year duration of the project to match shareholders to their dividends. Director of Marketing and Corporate Affairs at the JSE, Vuyoli, explains.
So far, in the 8 weeks, we've already managed to touch 10% of that base. Out of the 55,915 claimants, we have had about 6,965 matches. So people who have identifying as having the unclaimed dividends due to them.
The Cape Town High Court in South Africa has heard that the country's Minister of Finance misled Parliament when he created an impression that the decision on increasing value-added tax could be changed after Parliament voted. Now, this as the Democratic Alliance and the Economic Freedom Fighters are asking the court to intervene and set aside Parliament's decision to increase VAT in 2 weeks and again in April 2026. The EFF says that the increase will hurt all South Africans, while the DA has argued that its case is about making sure democratically elected representatives in the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces decide on the increase and not the minister alone. South African lawyer and legal scholar Tembega Nicholas Nkaintobi.
Because it said the zero rating is a blunt instrument because the poor still have to pay for the other goods that are not zero rated. And in any event, there is no zero rating right now because it is yet to happen through this independent panel that is yet to zero rate. So at the time the decision is made, there is no evidence of what is the impact of zero rating on the poor. There's no panel at all. So zero rating, as Parliament said, is a blunt instrument. It doesn't take us anywhere. So we have a scenario in which there is a clear violation of constitutional rights, that the two organs of state that are responsible for budgeting have forgotten their constitutional obligations to the poor.
The gold price has reached a new record high, trading at 3,464 on Tuesday amid ongoing tariffs-related uncertainty. Marco Masilela, founder of Market Fund Manager, says that this is due to U.S. President Donald Trump's threat to fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell, emphasizing that Powell's termination cannot come soon enough. Investors are increasingly flocking to gold as a safe haven amid continuous geopolitical tension. Gold reached its third consecutive record high this year.
The latest rally, like today's rally, it was mainly sparked by the fact that we've seen the U.S. president starting to attack the Reserve Bank governor, that side, that is the Fed's chairperson, and that starts to question that's like the independence of the Reserve Bank, and that also led to $2 to reach almost a 3-year low, and then now that invited buyers.
Moody's has reported higher first quarter profit on strong momentum in its analytics unit and a pickup in bond issuance, but it tempered expectation for the year due to the market volatility. Shares of the financial insight company, best known for rating the credit worthiness of corporate and government bonds, fell 2% before the opening bell. The forecast cut comes as fears of disruption from fluctuation U.S. trade policy have led companies to pause debt issuance. Your financial indicators: $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 naira 603. In Botswana, it's 13 bula 63. Kenya, the dollar is trading at 128 shillings 78, and in Zambia, it's 28 kwacha 38. The BRICS countries: $1 in Brazil is trading at 5 real 82. Russia is 81 rubles 13. India is 85 rupees 15. China at 7 yuan 29. And in South Africa, $1 is trading at 18 rand 72. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 86 to the euro. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $3,455 and platinum at $966 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $67.14 a barrel. Now, for any business news stories you would like to share with us, please send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I'm Nosipho Zuma.
business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Join Tebogo and Nompumelelo on the upside, where optimism meets opportunity.
All right, 43 minutes after 3 Central African time. We are still continuing to talk about the film Sabbatical. And Sabbatical is a film penned and directed by Karabo Lidija. And she has been joining us speaking about it and some of the themes that it raises, quite important ones around the generational gap between parents and their children who have moved away from home, are trying to make a living for themselves, in big cities, and what that means for relationships between the child and a parent, so to speak, but also the ever-shifting themes in society. So success, the definition of success, how it is that we run our households. I mean, Garba made such a funny comment around, did you wipe your countertop? That is the thing. As mundane as it is, do you buy your tripe from Woolworths or do you make it from scratch? How do you raise your children? And how it is that we can better incorporate the community, a sense of community, but a family community in our lives as we progress, right? We become upwardly mobile economically. There's a lot to lose as well as we become upwardly mobile.
Absolutely. I wonder also, when you do go home, after you've been hustling and grinding away in Johannesburg, for example, and things don't quite work out, and you have no other place to go to but go back home. I wonder if that ends up bringing you closer to your family, your parents. Does it heal certain areas, or does it cause more fragmentation if the relationship was not already stable at the time? Because the perception may be, from the parents' point of view, we've put in so much work, we've sacrificed so much, you shouldn't be coming back home during these
during tough times.
What did we do wrong?
I would have thought that family wants you home when you're going through a tough time.
I would like to also think that. But sometimes I feel, and I've heard so many stories of people who are living on the streets. And the story is that I can't go back home. As low as I am, I can't go back home. Home is not an option. Home is not an option, because I told them that I'm coming to Johannesburg, I'm going to be successful. Now imagine me going back home to tell them I have nothing, I live on the streets. Will they receive me?
So I can see how that can happen if you were the only and last hope for your family's economic emancipation.
Yeah.
There's no room for failure for you, because they're all looking to you to save them. You are the savior. So when you are struggling, where else? What are you saying? How are they able to help you? We've all put all our eggs in you, the basket. Now you have to get us out of the depths of poverty. It's extremely difficult.
It's a lot of pressure also.
A lot of pressure. So this is a film that really does bring to light some important issues in our society. If you find yourself on either side of the coin, if you're a parent that broke your back to give your child everything that you didn't have post-apartheid, let us know. Did you moonlight as a nurse? Working day and night? Making sure that you take your children to the very best schools so that they can have a bright future. Let us know. It's +27 63406 9126. But inversely, if you are a youngster who really is hating their time in a big city because you are also breaking your back, there's no balance. All you're doing is working for your family back home. +27 63 406 9126. We're also available on social media platforms at Channel Africa 1 on X, at Channel Africa 1 on Instagram, at Channel Africa 1 on TikTok. Facebook is at Channel Africa.
Let me ask you this. You are a parent.
Yeah.
And you are raising your child to have the best of the best education, everything, top
best
tier,
experiences.
the best experiences. And so your hopes, obviously, as a parent, is that she will come out of high school, varsity, and that she will have a successful career in whatever line of work that she chooses. She comes back to you and says, I don't necessarily want anything to do with what I studied. You sent me to the best schools and I got this degree, but I don't want that. I want to maybe go be a game ranger.
Yeah.
I want to go and be a makeup artist. Do we then shift our definition of what success looks like as a parent and say, oh, my child has fallen from grace. I gave her everything. Now she tells me she wants to be a makeup artist. But if that fulfills her, is that not success also? For you as a parent, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm already raising her to whatever line of work it is, she must be able to be self-sustainable. That's it.
That's all that matters.
She's happy and self-sustaining. As long as you're not coming to me for money. Like, I've done my part. I've taken you to school. And this is really, and I stress this to her all the time.
Yeah.
There's nothing more liberating, especially if you are a woman, and I am raising a girl child. Nothing more liberating than being able to be self-sufficient. So are you self-sufficient? Please go do it. Does it bring you joy?
Yeah.
Please do it. So yeah, I'm not going to be taking care of you until you are 41. I'm not doing that. Or 31, in fact.
But I also love how parents are embracing this new age of careers that they don't even understand.
Yeah.
You're a what? You're a content creator. What is that? Your voice. What is that? But they're embracing it. Yeah. I think the most important
because you're self-sustaining. They can see that, there are fruits to this. You're not just like in your room gaming, the curtains are drawn.
Well, gaming
makes a lot of money.
Also.
It is a career. But gaming where there is no fruit. Yeah. For me, that's it. Be self-sustaining. And if it does bring you joy, man, you've won the lottery.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, you've won the lottery.
Love at the center of it all. I think that's all that we need to be talking about. It's 10 minutes before 4 p.m. Central African time. This is The Upside with Nompumelelo Ngubeni and Tebogo Lekhuleni.
We're gonna caught your eye?
You wanna catch your eye?
I think let's catch the eyes.
Let's
shall
catch
we
eyes.
not take a little bit of a breather before we get into what caught your eye, and then we'll both share what it is. It's 10 minutes to 4 Central African time.
I don't charge my energy. I no get time for no enemy. Nothing with person ever.
4 p.m. Central African Time. Anybody by Burna Boy. Somebody. I tell you what caught your eye is the fact that we've moved what caught your eye to an hour up for today.
Is that what caught your eye?
That's the only thing that caught my eye. Anyway.
I mean,
let's get into it.
Let's get into it. I was speaking about anybody, somebody, anybody who. What caught my eye?
Anybody caught your eye?
Yeah. Sure. I really can't with the silliness of this show. Or with my co-host.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Anybody is, or somebody. The question is, who will be the next Pope? Who is going to be the next Pope? It is a very big conversation. Yeah. This is following the death of Pope Francis.
Yeah.
At the age of 88 yesterday, having suffered a heart attack. No, apologies, a stroke. And, this is following a long illness. He had pneumonia at some stage, hospitalized with that. Now the papacy is up for grabs. There will be a couple of days of mourning. He'll lie in state for about 6 days. And there'll be 9 days of mourning. The conclave is then going to start. So there'll be deliberations, essentially, around who the next pope is going to be. And that highly sensitive papal conclave, it's called the conclave, where these deliberations are going to go on for. That should take about 3 weeks.
Okay.
But it is the who that is really of interest to me. Some of the names that have been thrown around and that have been touted are African priests, as well as an Asian. It's going to be the first time, if the Filipino cardinal does make it, it'll be the first time that an Asian is selected to be a pope. So that's quite interesting, right? But when you think about Africa, I mean, one of the names that have been put out there is Cardinal Peter Turkson. He's 76 years old and he's Ghanaian. Pope Francis is known to have really supported those who are in the periphery. So the community, the LGBTI community, Africans, the homeless, blah, blah. Being Ghanaian, do you think that is an individual that would also advocate for, instance, the LGBTQI plus community? What would he have to say about abortion? And. So African popes for me are interesting just because of their own context. And following up from a liberal pope such as Pope Francis would be interesting.
And also in the context of it all, historically, you don't really see so many different ethnic groups being brought up in the list of being a pope. It's not been done before.
It's been 100 years since we had an African pope.
So this is going to be very historic, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Well, I said I'm excited. It doesn't sound right. Anyway, we get
What
ready.
do you mean it doesn't sound right? It is right. I mean, it's okay to be excited for potentially an African pope.
For representation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But
from
also,
from that point of view, yes.
I think doctrine is going to be at the heart of it. Doctrine. What would an African pope stand for? Yeah.
All right. We make room, though, for Africa in Business with Tami Ngubeni.
Hello, Miss Madam. Please come back. Let's share the love. You and I.
You want to share a mic?
I want to share the love. Yes, I want to share the love.
We are grateful it's post-COVID because this would have been illegal.
This would have been not allowed. Look at how post-COVID we are. This is how post-COVID we are, aren't we?
Yeah. Hello.
How are you?
What's coming up on the show?
Well, first and foremost, very interesting topic that you guys are talking about with the upcoming Pope. I think in 2025, we should be way beyond the firsts.
100%.
We should be way beyond celebrating the first woman this, the first black that. But needless to say that that's where we are. And it really would be a huge milestone to see the developments that come out of the Catholic Church. But the one thing about Catholicism is that it is so structured that I wonder how much room for cultural diversity is within the practice. So maybe that's not that much of an issue for Catholicism, as it maybe would be for other, for other faiths that have a lot more room for I don't know, like diversity, inclusive. But there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot going on in the world.
I would argue that given Pope Francis' papacy and how he's been able to shift the needle, even though it's by like
a little bit,
a minutia, right? It really would be incumbent on the next one to see how far they can take it.
How far they can take it, or if there might be regression even.
Sure.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Because
that's actually a good point.
So that's also another possibility. Well, in the 30 seconds left for Africa, for Africa in Business, here's what's coming up. A really, really innovative technology that has been put in place for developers. And I think it's such a novel one. Because property development is huge around the world. It's huge in Cape Town.
Yes.
But now developers are able to list their properties and sell them off-site, literally virtually. And there's a development in Cape Town that is done phenomenally well in this way. And I think this is really good news for property developers around the world, integrating technology for expedited sales as well. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation.
Is it though? Because you think about how big property and how big an investment property is, and you'd want to make sure about the integrity of the structure. Are there systems to verify those?
But even now, literally, people will buy off plan.
Yeah.
You'll buy off plan, and that's literally enough.
Is it because you're judging by who the developer is and their track record? Because I think
reputation, perhaps previous developments, who is the team behind that particular development, the architectural team, or the civic engineering behind it, etc. And all the certifications, you'd hope that they are complying.
NHBRC.
You certainly hope that your house is not going to fall down on you once you bought it. But that's what's coming up in Africa in Business, and a whole lot more just after 4 p.m. It's exactly 4 p.m. Let's head over to the news desk for the latest.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Top stories: Asawa, Burkina Faso's military government foils a plot to overthrow Ibrahim Traoré and Pope Francis to lie in state from tomorrow. Good afternoon, I'm Jolani Tulongwebe. Burkina Faso's military government says it has foiled a major plot to overthrow junta leader Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The army is alleging the plotters were based in neighbouring Ivory Coast. Security Minister Mahamadou Sana says the coup attempt was led by current and former soldiers working with terrorist leaders. Their intention was to attack the presidential palace last week. It is the latest of several claims of attempts to remove the junta leader who seized power in 2022 amid increasing militant attacks. The Vatican says Pope Francis will lie in state from tomorrow for mourners to pay their last respects. The Pope's funeral will be held on Saturday. The service will take place in the square in front of St. Peter's Basilica. The Pope died yesterday at the age of 88 following a stroke. The Pope had been hospitalized earlier this year for double pneumonia and spent 5 weeks in hospital. He had returned to the Vatican a month ago. The BBC's Mark Lowen has the story.
It all kicks off tomorrow when the coffin of Pope Francis, an open casket, will be moved to St. Peter's Basilica, and it will lie there in state for mourners and the faithful to come and see his body and pay their respects until Saturday morning, when the funeral will happen at 10 a.m. local time. It will take place in St. Peter's Basilica. There will be dignitaries, heads of state from across the world. Pope Francis will then not be buried in the Vatican. He has France, said that he wants to actually be buried in quite a simple ceremony on the other side of Rome at the Basilica Santa Maria Maggiore.
South Africa's Border Management Authority, BMA, has arrested 1,385 illegal immigrants over the Easter holidays through the deployment of drones at the Beybridge border post in Musina. The BMA Deputy Commissioner Rudzani Mpilo says the use of technology has enabled them to curb illegal immigration. Mpilo says the deployment of drones has helped them direct officials to problematic spots.
We want to send a strong warning to the facilitators out there, be the facilitator from South Africa or the facilitator on the other side of the country. We are giving a strong warning to them. We are waiting for them. This time around, we have the artificial intelligence in the form of a technology. It tells us where we should direct the boots on the ground.
The Legal Resources Centre in South Africa, or LRC, is urging immediate action to tackle sexual misconduct in schools. The LRC has cited the recent case of a 7-year-old girl allegedly raped at her school in Matatiele in the Eastern Cape province. The centre's spokesperson, Buleng Musia, says despite laws mandating staff vetting and abuse reporting, many stakeholders still lack clarity on their roles in preventing the hiring of unsafe staff and responding to allegations. Musia has emphasized the need for better implementation and awareness to ensure student safety.
To try and remedy this, the Legal Resources Centre has created an educator sexual misconduct toolkit that aims to try and simplify what is a complicated legislative framework that can be gleaned from multiple pieces of legislation. Our hope is that in trying to consolidate this into one clear and accessible document, we can try to empower all relevant stakeholders within the education sector, including schools, school governing bodies, and even departmental officials, to know exactly what is required of them in order to combat educator sexual misconduct and make sure that our schools are safe environments for learners.
And finally, Russia has struck the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia with 2 guided aerial bombs on Tuesday, killing a woman and injuring 15 other people, including 2 children. Regional Governor Ivan Fedorov says the attack damaged residential buildings and an infrastructure facility, which he did not identify. Local officials posted images of a multi-story residential building with charred upper floors and rescuers helping the wounded. The highly destructive guided bombs are difficult for Ukrainian air defenses to intercept. Russia, which began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, partially occupies the Zaporizhzhia region, which is also home to Europe's largest nuclear power plant. Recapping the top story this hour, Burkina Faso's military government says it has foiled a major plot to overthrow junta leader Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The army is alleging the plotters were based in neighbouring Ivory Coast. For any news stories you would like to share with us, please do send an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa News, I'm Cholani Tulongwepe.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
In our sports headlines this hour, the winner of the CAF Champions League and the Confederations Cup will cash in on the new prize money increase this year. Unseeded Jelena Ostapenko's Stuttgart Championship win resulted in a prize money payout of $162,000. I'll be back with these and other stories at the bottom of the hour.
A very good afternoon to you, Zambia. Good afternoon, Zimbabwe, Lesotho. Good afternoon, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Eritrea. Good afternoon to you, Somalia, Ethiopia. Good afternoon, Côte d'Ivoire. Good afternoon, Africa. Welcome to Africa in Business on Channel Africa. I'm Tami Ngubeni. This is where you get the African perspective. It's where we meet for the latest in news, business and sport. It's gone exactly 7 minutes after 4 p.m. Central African time. Thank you to Jwalane Tulo Ngwape as well as Figile Lengwati. They'll be back with us once again a little bit later on today. Also joining us is Nosipho Zuma, who'll be bringing us news from the economic desk. Do remember to continue interacting with us on all our various social media platforms. What are the business news coming out of your region? Stories that you believe would be of interest to our listeners, both on the African continent and in the diaspora. Send us your stories to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. That's newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. You'll also find us on all the various social media platforms. On X, Instagram and YouTube, you'll find us at Channel Africa 1. On Facebook, you'll find us at Channel Africa. Africa, welcome to Africa in Business on Channel Africa.
Mornings made better with Peter and Asanda on Rise and Shine.
I want the Africa that makes every single African proud of the continent and have hope. And there's so much stuff that's going on that's positive. And if we can just lock into that, Nomaganjani, everyone is going to get there.
Where are we going? Where are we trying to get to?
The idea of working together, which is why I'm excited about this new voice.
And the new voice is me, Asanda Peta, broadcast journalist with about 15 years of experience on the radio space.
Welcome, Asanda. I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Were you waiting?